Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we're recording live from deep within a dormant well, discussing the 2006 dark fantasy film, Pan's Labyrinth. This film was written and directed by Guillermo Del Toro. Anchored in the dark history of 1940s Spain, Pan's Labyrinth masterfully blurs the line between fantasy and reality. This film excels in portraying the mirror fantasies hold up to real life while relying on the whimsical and bittersweet nature of these stories. Pan's Labyrinth boasts gorgeous creature design and effects, believable characters, and an intriguing journey. Executed in a style that is uniquely Del Toro, Pan's Labyrinth is revered and loved by many horror fans for its story, beauty, and uniqueness. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Chris Ontiveros, Megan Martinez, Beth Bauer, Molly Gerhart, Kristen Lofton, and Murder Stina. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. This film was also the winner of our June Patreon poll, so thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you want to help us pick an episode, join us over on Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, what did you guys think of Pan's Labyrinth the first time you saw it?
I want to say that you showed me this movie, babe.
Mm-hmm.
And I will apologize. I'm getting over a cold, so my voice is a little...
gravelly.
Yeah. I love this movie. I absolutely adore this movie. We hadn't watched it in some time, so watching it for the show and having to break it down and watch stuff... I will say there are a couple of minor things that I found that I didn't like, but not enough for me to draw a lot of attention to it. This is a fucking wonderful movie. For me, watching it, I got sucked into the story immediately. And I found it kind of hard to watch this as a movie. And I was just watching this as a story.
Mm-hmm.
Like if someone was reading this to me and I'm just visualizing this is what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my God, I'm already thrown into this world, and it's been 30 seconds that the movie started.
Yeah.
I will say everything is very, very good, done well. I know we're going to get into it, and this movie makes you feel a lot of things, and that is for me a very, very strong thing, because I did yell at the TV a few times, and I was upset when certain things happened, and I was like, no. And again, the story. I'm in this story. I'm living. I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the tree watching, like, hey, what the fuck's going on down there? I'm a fairy. You know what I mean? I'm seeing what's going on. But yeah, no, I absolutely love this movie.
No, I completely agree. I love this movie a lot.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the first time I watched it, I only remember watching it once in my life.
Really?
Yeah, before this time.
Okay.
It must have been when I was younger. Maybe even when it came out. I'm sure you and I watched it together, probably.
I don't know.
Me neither. I was trying to pinpoint it, but I know that within this week, I've watched it 2 or 3 times to prepare for the episode. It's really 2.5. I didn't get to finish it the third time.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Round up.
Yes. But no, I am just blown away by this film every time I watch it in just about every single way. I know as well this film is very important to Jules. And so our discussions about it really made me even more excited to finally rewatch it as an adult.
Okay.
And to kind of experience it in a different way. And so as I'm watching it, I just can't get over just how special it is.
Yeah.
Like everything about it, I feel like this film is the magic of cinema.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's watching this visual fairy tale. It is this harsh and brutal reality.
Yeah.
And it is the very interesting marriage of these two elements that should not work together, but somehow make perfect sense.
Yeah.
And you see the power of imagination. And honestly, I can say imagination, but I don't feel that way as the film continues.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's Del Toro's imagination to put it to screen.
Right.
But I don't feel that it's that.
Okay.
Well, I see you trying to be very careful.
Yeah.
We will talk.
Okay. But I just, it's a brilliant film from the ground up. Every single aspect of it. It's emotionally resonant. It's visually just dazzling. The technical aspects of the film, the music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just really can't get over it. It's something that kind of just stays with you.
Yeah.
And you want to revisit it, and you want to exist in this world and experience it all over again. And I really do think what's fascinating is what I mentioned earlier, is that marriage of this real world and fairy tale world.
Right.
And kind of the interplay between the two, the cues that kind of show you where you are in the world at a certain time, the way that they use cinematography, the production design to kind of give you these ideas of these things when they start to interplay together. It is just so masterfully done. You don't see, there aren't many films like this.
No.
Yeah.
It is a very unique experience, and it is just so beautifully realized. I truly think that it is perfect, and I love it very much.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember physically the first time that I watched this either. I just remember the way that it made me feel. And I really felt, and even watching it now, like you are transported into another place. Like the experience is so unique. I remember way back in the day, Kristen had on MySpace, her picture was her hands over her eyes and there were eyeballs drawn in her hands. And I was like, okay, girl, like, love that. She's like, no, it's from me. But I had known nothing about it. That was the first time I had heard of it. And that iconic visual. And I watched an interview with Doug Jones, and he had said that to him, this is the perfect film in the way that it is able to blend history, fantasy, relationship drama, horror, all of these elements together, because that scene that I was just referring to is terrifying, even still.
Yeah.
It's just like you were saying, T, the magic of film. There are films that you watch that you love, but it is very rare to I felt like when we met up today, I was like, I feel like I've been living in the Labyrinth for the last however long I've been working on this. Like it makes you feel, and I did read the book that they wrote afterward. It is so rich with lore and with it's just so like Del Toro's a genius.
Yeah.
That is the one thing, and I know that you'll get into it later, T. The world building that William does. Willie. Lee. Del Toro, thank you for doing this, dude. Like, for real. Again, like I said, 30 seconds in, I was like, oh shit. But it does speak to that. The music, everything he puts into it. You fucking feel that.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, the phrase, and it's thrown around a lot in trailers, and it does not belong in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Where they're like, visionary director. I won't throw anyone under the bus.
No.
Right.
But Del Toro is a visionary director.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to see everything come together the way that it does, it is the result of a lot of work of a lot of people, but it does take a very focused, creative, and singularly minded director to understand how all of this will work together.
Yeah. I do too. Before we kind of jump into production, I want to give a shout out to Murder Stina for sending us, along with 2 other films, a really gorgeous Criterion collectible Blu-ray of Pan's Labyrinth. We were able to get so much. This thing was jam-packed with notebook entries, little animated comic books, 4 mini documentaries,
Director's commentary.
I mean, this thing was popping at the seams. So thank you very much. So, as we said, the film is obviously influenced by fairy tales, but it's born from Guillermo Del Toro's notebooks. He said that he had carried these notebooks around with him for 20 years.
Wow.
Toying around with various ideas. And like I said, on that Blu-ray, there is a feature where you literally see pages of the notebooks and sketches of the characters and his like loopy handwriting going over plot points. And anyway, he said that when he was a kid, he would regularly have lucid dreams about a fawn stepping out from behind a grandfather clock.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in, toying with kind of that visual and these themes, he conceived a story where a pregnant woman moves to a new place with her husband and falls madly in love with a fawn. She promises the fawn her baby, and in exchange, he will take all 3 of them to a magical land, the land that he came from. That's where the story was born. Obviously, it changes a lot, but that's such a fairy tale setup.
Yeah. And I feel like there are some elements of that in his future work where he kind of picked from.
I love that.
Okay.
That's very, very cool.
But so he's developing parts of the story and drawing out his ideas, but doesn't ever quite feel ready to move forward with it. But one day, he accidentally leaves these notebooks in the back of a cab in London. And he's like, it's gone.
It's
over. The driver looked at the notebooks and was like, I need to find this person. And within 2 days, he found Guillermo Del Toro and returned the notebooks to him.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't like, I need to make this film.
He knew he couldn't.
No.
Yeah.
It's a great idea, isn't it?
Oh, come on.
But they're in London. But getting those notebooks back, he was like, okay, now is the time. So we're going to fill in a lot more gaps as the film goes on, but he gathered his cast and crew and they filmed in a forest in Spain. I did also read another film that Murder Stina sent us. This is a thematic sequel to The Devil's Backbone.
Right.
Okay.
Which I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
Should have watched that.
Yeah.
I know T was saying it earlier. And this is another thing that I learned about the subtitles that I related to deeply. Guillermo Del Toro was so disappointed by the English subtitles on his other films that he wrote these subtitles himself.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
He said that he was so sick of things being poorly translated and losing the weight and gravity of what he was trying to communicate that he literally did it himself.
I mean, sometimes you got to do it on your own.
Yeah.
You want it done right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is interesting to me because the film is called The Labyrinth of the Fawn, the Fawn's Labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
And so it being Pan's Labyrinth, the fawn in this film is not Pan. It's a translation thing.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I think I heard him mention on commentary about it only being in America and maybe only a couple other places that it was translated to be Pan's Labyrinth. And it really does kind of take away from a very particular aspect of the film.
Yeah.
With the fawn just being the fawn.
Yeah.
Right. And there's no Captain Hook. There's no Wendy.
No.
There's what?
No, definitely not.
No.
Peter Pan's
Yes.
Labyrinth.
The mashup we all need.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But in the intro on the Blu-ray, he says that this film made him lose many nights' sleep and also 45 pounds.
Damn.
Wow.
But it was a labor of love, and he was very pleased with the results.
And as he should be.
Yeah.
I did hear him speak on commentary as far as the dedication that he had and put into this film,
Okay.
because there were a lot of difficulties in getting this film financed. And he had said that the more it went on, there were plenty of times where it seemed like it was all good and everything was ready to go, and then financing would fall through. And this happened a few times.
Yeah.
And so he and his producing partners, I believe one of the producers he spoke of was Alfonso Cuarón, the director.
Oh.
But Guillermo Del Toro personally put his director and producer salary into the financing of this film.
Damn.
Wow.
Okay.
So that just shows how important this story was for him to tell.
Yeah.
Literally, as they say, putting your money where your mouth is.
Well, yeah.
And I can understand the stress of that,
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
but it was clearly the right choice to make.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that it just shows his commitment to telling this really incredible story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, before we finally find this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's open our books. The film opens with a faint and sweet humming as text on screen informs us that it is Spain, 1944. It continues. The Civil War is over. Hidden in the mountains, armed men are still fighting the new fascist regime. Military posts are established to exterminate the resistance. The humming continues as we glide along a dark ground to find Ophelia, played by Ivana Baquero. She lies with her hands splayed out, stained with blood. Blood drips from her nose as she pants, but before our eyes, the leaking blood retreats back into her nose. Her face twitches in reverse as we are taken back before plunging deep into the darkness of her eye.
If I may, real quick, Ivana Baquero.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see, because I know a lot of these are Spanish actors. And we do follow her. So I wanted to, go and check out and see what she did. It looks like she did The Red Virgin in 2011, Another Me in 2013, Hostage Radio in 2019, and Black Friday in 2021.
What?
With
Bruce
That's
Campbell?
right.
That's amazing.
That was good shit. I was very surprised.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
But as we travel through to a dark palace, cradled within rocks and stone, a deep voice speaks to us. This is the narrator, played by Pablo Adon. We see a child running into a dormant well and up a long stone staircase. As we travel up the foreboding wall, she continues to sprint along the stairs up toward a bright opening to the world above. In the ruins above ground, we glide across a skull lying in the dirt. The voice tells us, a long time ago, in the underground realm, where there are no lies and pain, there lived a princess who dreamt of the human world. She dreamt of blue skies, soft breeze, and sunshine. One day, eluding her keepers, the princess escaped. Once outside, the bright sun blinded her and erased her memory. She forgot who she was and where she came from. Her body suffered cold, sickness, and pain, and eventually she died. However, her father, the king, always knew that the princess's soul would return, perhaps in another body, in another place, at another time, and he would wait for her until he drew his last breath, until the world stopped turning.
So, just from the opening, you already feel the weight of this film from the very start.
Yes.
I know I'm going to feel a lot. I know I'm probably going to cry.
Yes.
It's just the music, the production design, this dreamlike cinematography, the idea of a fairy tale, this narration, everything is, you're like, oh, we're just firing on all cylinders.
Just right out the gate.
From the get-go.
Yeah, from just that, like you're saying, T, already, I love what's happening right here.
Yeah.
I didn't even need to hear but that. And I'm like, I'm good. Let's go.
And I will say, this film does such an amazing job of sweeping you away that you forget what we just saw, how we were first introduced to Ophelia.
Yeah.
You don't think about that as the film goes on.
Not at all. And it does hit you.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I know this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
you literally showed me this already.
Yeah. I did want to talk about what Del Toro said on commentary about this juxtaposition, because you do have these ruins of this Spanish city, but you also have this fairy tale narration. And you do get this a lot in this film of these two worlds that begin to coexist after a while.
Yeah.
Where it seems that they are so like disparate parts, and then they start to intertwine in very interesting ways. So this idea of these two things together was the clue at the very beginning of that coming later. It's foreshadowing.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And I did see on movielocations.com, but this is an actual city of ruins from the Spanish Civil War
Wow.
Oh, damn.
that we see of at the very beginning.
Yeah. The palace underneath, I saw a thing on the Blu-ray talking to Emilio Ruiz. He's a miniature modeler. He talked about sketching that underground palace, making it into a tiny model just made of poster board paper and foam to work out any kinks and designs, and for Del Toro to be like, no, change that or add this or whatever. And then they built it 3 times bigger, and that's what is filmed. That palace underneath. It's a miniature.
Oh, that's
Okay.
amazing.
I know.
And that was something that really interested me, the war that's going on or what's happening in the background. So I was curious, and this is set 5 years after the Spanish Civil War. The Spanish Civil War was from 1936 to 1939. Reading about it, if you want to go and look it up, it's terrible. It's a lot of like bad stuff, and it's a lot.
Yeah.
But it is very interesting that that's what, is playing in the background or happening alongside, like you said, T, with the fairy tale world that we're being told.
Yeah. It's interesting as well, this 5-year gap in time, because when he had talked about The Devil's Backbone being released in 2001,
Right.
then the 5-year gap between that and Pan's Labyrinth,
Okay.
he spoke about the changes in the world between that time. And he specifically referenced September 11th.
Okay.
And so he had said that event happening, it kind of shifted a bit of the story that he wanted to tell, because this story was originally going to be set in 1939.
Oh, okay.
And so that 5-year gap, it became the 5-year gap in the film.
Right.
Huh.
And so he said that it kind of helped him to mirror the world events in his own way by referencing this point in history in Spain.
Yeah. It works.
Yeah.
But now, cars drive in a line towards a mill. Within one of those cars is Ophelia and her mother, Carmen, played by Ariadna Gil. As Ophelia reads a book, tracing her finger along the illustrations of silhouetted fairies flying around a shadowy little girl, her pregnant mother struggles with nausea in the seat next to her. She tells her daughter lovingly that she doesn't understand why she had to bring so many books with her when they're going to the country to be outdoors. She takes the book and muses fairy tales. With a smile, she tells Ophelia that she's too old to be filling her head with that nonsense. But suddenly, the nausea is too much. She covers her mouth with a handkerchief and instructs Ophelia to make the driver stop the car.
You're never too old to be filling your head with that nonsense.
No.
So jot that down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say it does speak a lot to Carmen as a character, that
Right.
line, and her life experiences.
That.
You see that a lot in a lot of these characters where it's like they have just been dispelled of all of this
Yeah.
fairy tale feelings, this dreamlike wonder,
Right.
because of the harsh reality that they've experienced
Yes.
Yeah.
and faced. And so you do hear stuff like this, and you hear stuff like this a lot in the modern day.
No, yeah.
But then you're like, you have to also understand it's not coming from a place of, it's coming from a place of their personal experience.
Right, right.
Which is sad.
Yeah.
I feel like Del Toro does such a good way of illustrating that, because in a lot of films it's like, nah, shut up, like that's bullshit, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like you don't feel empathy for them. It's just like, oh, of course they don't fucking believe, they're an adult. But in this instance it's like, no. I get why you don't believe.
Yeah.
And another character later, I get why you don't believe in magic. You don't believe, you know what I mean? Open your eyes and look around you.
I like her presentation of that idea much more, though.
Yeah.
I will say.
Okay.
But Ophelia immediately knocks on the glass divider to alert the driver, and the convoy comes to a stop. Carmen rushes to the front of the car, gasping for air and fighting the urge to vomit. When Ophelia walks past her, Carmen asks for just a moment because Ophelia's little brother is acting up. Officer Serrano, played by Cesar Vea, comes out to check on Carmen. She asks him for a little water, but Ophelia has started walking down the road, taking in the scenery and the tall trees around her. Ethereal flurries swirl around her, carried by the wind, but she stops when her foot connects with something hard.
These flurries that you speak of.
Yes.
Del Toro talked about it kind of being a clue to certain aspects or possibly realms
Okay.
in this world and universe. And it's very interesting the times that we see it,
Right.
the times that we see it very concentrated. And I think it kind of allows for some speculation about reality versus fairy tale.
Okay.
Okay. Because they're undeniable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at times they are thick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Ophelia picks up the stone her foot hit, which seems to have an open eye carved into its center. Soft notes play, gentle as a lullaby, as she leaves the road, walking toward a statue standing stubborn against encroaching plant life.
So not to interrupt you again, but this lullaby.
No.
I did want to talk about the composer of this film.
Mm-hmm.
It was Javier Navarrete. He also scored The Devil's Backbone
Okay.
for Del Toro.
Mhm.
And so it's this continuation.
Mm-hmm.
There was a featurette on the Blu-ray where Del Toro talked about the composition of this lullaby.
Okay.
And he says that a fairy tale requires simplicity. And you get that in a lot of ways because there are some characters that feel almost like archetypes in some ways.
Yeah.
But in the music, you feel it even more because it is this very simple melody that kind of just becomes this motif that you hear constantly throughout the film.
Mm-hmm.
You hear it even from characters.
Yeah.
And then you hear it echoed in certain parts of the score. And so he said that this lullaby was meant to be simple but memorable. And they struggled note by note, him and the composer. And they would send ideas back and forth. And he would say, no, it's too complicated. Or, you need to simplify this, or you're adding too many notes.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that he did that was the test, Del Toro said, was he would hum it for his wife and his daughter. And he said that his daughter would tell him, no, that's too intellectual.
Oh, wow.
Like, that's too much. And so he said that his mark of success when he knew that they had found it was after Navarrete had sent him the final version of what he wanted this melody to be. And Del Toro's daughter asked if he could put it on her iPod.
Oh, all right.
And he's
That's
like,
it.
That's it. And it is this thing. He said he wants it to feel like a real lullaby.
Yeah.
It does.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wanted to piggyback because he said something interesting, Del Toro did, that I was like, I don't know where to bring this up, so I'm probably just not going to. But I feel like you kind of set me up perfectly.
Oh, good.
Saying that the key is simplicity, because he talks about that a lot. On one of the interviews I watched, he had talked about fairy tales in their inception being a way to explain natural things that we as primitive people did not have an explanation for. Stuff like, where does the sun go at night? Where does the moon go during the day? Stuff like that. But as we gained more understanding, they kind of served to explore us as humans and our darker tendencies. And he said that when you establish your own rules, that generates its own universe in the simplicity of the rules. And too many whys just ruin everything. He said specifically the way that we tell stories in the Western world, it's too many whys. There was a princess. Why? She wanted to go to the surface. Why? Her father missed her. Why? Well, why'd she leave in the first place? Stop asking why.
Yeah.
And just and we do. Just let the story be what it is. And so he said, because of that, the scariest thing about making a film is the audience. Simplicity is the hardest thing to pull off because everyone wants to know why. And the very core of fairy tales is you don't ask why. You just accept the story. So I was like, damn, dude, he had our number on that one.
Yeah.
But when Ophelia stares into the face of the statue, its mouth carved into a foreboding and open yawn, and one eye broken off and missing, the music turns a bit ominous. She looks at the rock she found in the road and realizes that it's a perfect match. She slides the eye into its rightful place, and suddenly a huge stick bug thrusts its legs out of the statue's mouth. It crawls onto the stone face, and Ophelia watches it with delight until her mother calls out to her from the road.
Immediately, she has clearly started something magical.
Yes, yeah.
We can just live here.
Yeah.
We don't need to go anymore.
And that was transactional.
Yeah.
Like, pop this in, outcome. It was like a fucking vending machine. I remember when I was in, I think, elementary school, we all got to take turns taking a thing of stick bugs home. I thought they were the coolest fucking thing.
Okay.
They did kind of smell a little bit, but
Yeah.
they were really cool.
But I mean, they know what they're doing. They they blend in. They
They're
don't bother.
They do a great job. The bug becomes startled and launches into the air, hovering for a moment in front of Ophelia's face before dashing away. Carmen calls her daughter over, and when she goes, Ophelia immediately tells her that she saw a fairy. Carmen doesn't care about this, though. She only points out the mess that Ophelia has made of her shoes.
Foreshadowing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big time.
Okay.
Yeah.
As they walk back to the car with Serrano close behind, Carmen speaks to her daughter in hushed tones, instructing her that when they get there, she needs to come out and say hello to the captain. She tells Ophelia that she has no idea how good the captain has been to them, and she wants her to call him father, assuring her daughter that it is only a word. As the group walks away to climb back into the cars, the bug lands on a tree and chitters as it watches. And when the convoy drives away with Ophelia looking eagerly out of her window, the bug is not far behind.
I will say, just speaking of Ophelia's shoes again, the film does an excellent job of putting you in Ophelia's shoes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You feel everything that she's experiencing. You feel such sympathy for her. This situation that is just so unfair, so uncomfortable, so difficult.
Yeah.
And throughout the entire film, all you do is just identify with her and just feel just so much.
Yeah. I wanted to talk for a second about the stick bug.
Okay.
There were 2 effects houses that worked on this film. In Spain, there was DDT effects, and over here, there was Cafe effects. And Del Toro even said that the way that they came together and made magic, the both of them, this film could not have been imagined without either studio, without both of them in their contributions.
Okay.
But I saw a thing with Everett Burrell from Cafe Effects. He talked about Del Toro gave them a taxidermy stick bug to model after. And he wanted it to move like an insect, but smarter. That was his note. So they went and adopted 2 stick bugs named Cheech and Chong.
I love that.
Yeah. And they said that Cheech and Chong did not live throughout the process. I mean, they didn't die because of the process. But
Damn.
they were just old. They were old stick bugs. They're bugs.
All right.
Jesus, dude.
They did kill.
They needed.
They did sacrifice.
I don't love that.
This sacrifice actually gave
I don't know why I said it that way.
them the strength to. They ate the stick bugs.
I don't know why I said it like that. They just did not live long enough for the project to be completed. But he said that they had a lot of babies and that they were able to study the babies and that it was a lot. They contributed a lot to the film, was my point. They were not sacrificed. Cafe effects did not harm any stick bugs.
Well, in all fairness, you say move like a bug but smarter. Mm-hmm. You do see a bit of like intelligence.
Yeah.
In like almost a knowledge and wisdom through this bug in a very interesting way.
Yeah.
That bug was eavesdropping.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was no 2 ways about it.
And then throughout, you're like, he's reading that book.
Yes.
He is. He knows.
Yeah, he was, you're looking at me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Outside of the mill where they've taken residence, Captain Vidal, played by Sergei Lopez, consults his watch. Although his expression is stoic, when he is told that the cars have arrived, he reports with distaste that they are 15 minutes late.
He seems like fun, huh?
Yeah.
I did notice, I think when you see the watch that the glass is cracked.
Mm-hmm.
It is, yes.
And it's very important.
Yeah.
Sergei Lopez. I wanted to see, because he plays his part.
Yes, he does.
So I kind of wanted to see what else he's in. He was in Jet Lag in 2002, Dirty Pretty Things in 2002 as well, A Perfect Day in 2015, and Working Girl in 2020. And I did look and noticed on his IMDb that it did say that he not perfected, but he is really good at being villains. So that's what he does.
He is very good at it.
Yeah.
He is.
I read I guess it was an interview that he did where he had said that Guillermo Del Toro approached him about this a year and a half before they even started any kind of production. Mm-hmm. And so he met with him and he told and acted out the entire story of this film for 2.5 hours. And he's like, okay. He was like, do you have a script written? Just send it to me. He's like, oh, no, nothing's written. And so he said that he still said yes, that he would do it. And a year later, Del Toro sent him a script and it was exactly what he had described that day that they met.
Well,
he had it.
yeah.
He had it up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he was like, no, there's no script. He's like, I haven't written anything.
Something that was kind of fascinating to me about the casting process, Del Toro talked about it on commentary, is you have people like this actor who apparently is very well known and very good at playing villains.
Yeah.
But then you have people that are playing against types versus the roles that they used to play previously. Mm-hmm. And he was asked about this, Del Toro, in interviews, and he's like, when you're talking about somebody playing a type, he said, basically, and this is what he said, he goes, I don't give a fuck.
Good, yeah.
Yeah.
If the person is right for the role, the person's right for the role. So what? You used to do comedies or you're well known for doing comedies. Well, I need you for this and you're doing amazing.
Yeah.
So that's really,
That should be all that matters.
Yeah.
But when the cars park, Vidal makes his way over to Carmen to help her out of the car. And with a smile, he places a hand on her swollen belly. Now, he welcomes her. Mm-hmm. And I think we all know in Spanish that there are like feminine and masculine terms. And if you're saying something, which that's a whole other conversation, but if it's 50 women and 1 man, then it's still a masculine phrase that you're supposed to say, whatever. Mm-hmm. He says the masculine form of welcome.
Really?
Touching her stomach. So it's like he's not even really talking to her.
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Well, and some of the shit that he says later, like...
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is like, of course you weren't fucking talking to her.
Yeah.
But he steps aside to reveal Dr. Ferrero, played by Alex Angulo, standing with his hands clasped next to a wheelchair. Carmen assures Vidal that she doesn't need a wheelchair because she can walk perfectly fine. But he dismisses this, telling her that Dr. Ferrero doesn't want her to exert herself. Carmen gives a firm no, but Vidal leans into her ear, whispering for her to just do it for him. He gives her a knowing look, and Carmen no longer puts up a fight. And under the eye of her husband, her doctor, and Officer Garces, played by Manolo Solo, she sits down in the wheelchair. I cannot talk too much about this yet.
Mm-hmm.
But Del Toro has said many times in many interviews that this film is about choice and about disobedience. And for this moment to happen so early and seem like, okay, whatever, maybe he's overprotective. Maybe he's, this and that, maybe a little controlling, whatever. This is such a huge tell for who Carmen is as a character. And we will talk more about it later, but I just have a lot of thoughts and feelings of just about this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think from the very beginning, you see him looking at this watch as like this idea of like impatience,
Yes.
of control. And you hope that with this wheelchair that it is about protection. But even just the next moment,
Yeah.
you're like, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Ophelia is still sitting in the car, cradling a stack of books to her chest when Carmen asks her to come out. Vidal steps to the side so that she can climb out, and when she thrusts her trembling left hand toward him to shake hands, he grips it instead, squeezing it in his large gloved hand. He tells her sternly, "It's the other hand, Ophelia."
On commentary, Del Toro said that this is a reference to David Copperfield. Apparently in the novel, when he meets his stepfather for the first time, I think in a graveyard in a funeral, he has this exact moment with him where he tries to shake with his left hand and the stepfather does this to him.
Damn.
So he said that this film is full of allusions to other known works.
Interesting.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the magician.
Yeah, I was going to
no.
say, did he make him disappear?
Yeah.
And when did the
He's like-
Statue of Liberty disappear?
Don't look at this hand. It's
Yeah.
the other hand.
Now he's a tiger.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
It's the sleight of your right hand.
Watching this, and I know, like you said, T, I did same thing with the wheelchair. I was like, maybe he's just being overprotective, whatever. I did notice his uniform, and when he grabbed her hand, I was like, dude, I don't like your face. I don't like you doing that.
None of it.
Don't ever do that. It's
No.
like, what the hell's going on?
And for Carmen to just sit there and be like, yes, they're getting along swimmingly. It's like, oh, what the fuck? What are you doing, dude?
Not at all.
He drops her hand and turns, calling out to Mercedes, played by Maribel Verdú, to bring in the luggage. Without another word, he turns to walk back to the house, leaving Ophelia to look after him. Mercedes watches her, her face etched in concern, but Ophelia is distracted when she sees the stick bug perched on some bags. She drops her books in her quest to snatch it up, but it evades her grasp, flitting off into the nearby woods. Ophelia chases it, losing her hat in the process, but she quickly comes to a clearing with the large rounded archway leading into a labyrinth. But it's clearly like, follow me.
Yeah.
Oblivious to someone in the background entering the clearing behind her, Ophelia passes through the arch, looking up at a carved face of a horned creature with an elongated mouth.
Interesting.
Quite.
Yeah.
Once inside, Ophelia marvels at the twists and turns in the high walls. As she peers around the corner, a voice tells her that it's a labyrinth. She turns to see Mercedes and gives her a small smile. Mercedes teaches that the pile of rocks has always been here, even before the mill. She advises Ophelia not to go inside or she may get lost. She hands over the stack of books that Ophelia dropped and asks if she's read all of them. But before Ophelia can answer, Garces steps into the clearing to alert Mercedes that Vidal is calling for her. Cutting their conversation short, Mercedes tells Ophelia, "Your father needs me," before walking away. She walks away with a small smile, but the smile drops when Ophelia says, "He's not my father." She reiterates that the captain is not her father. Her father was a tailor that died in the war. She hurries to catch up with Mercedes, repeating again that the captain is not her father. Mercedes wraps an arm around Ophelia's shoulder, assuring her that she's made that clear.
Firstly, again, it's this idea of, quote, disobedience.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it really is. I mean, he clearly has no interest in treating her with respect.
No.
Even from the offset of their first meeting in this moment,
Yeah.
he just is not at all caring about her in the slightest.
Yeah.
He is not her
even,
father.
Not even pretending.
No. Not even a father figure.
Yeah.
In no sense.
No, he's just a piece of shit, and we'll learn more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But about her biological father,
Yeah.
the interesting thing that Del Toro talked about is he said it was very, very important for him to make her father a tailor.
Okay.
And he said the reason for that is because of the origin of the majority of fairy tales. He said that they were spread through time by tailors and cobblers who went to different towns for work.
Oh, wow.
And he said this is why a lot of times when you hear a fairy tale, a tailor or a
They
cobbler is in it.
Yeah.
And it's because this is where it originated.
Yeah.
And so to make Ophelia's father a tailor makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
That's really cool.
Yeah. I thought it had something to do, honestly, with their uniforms, because everybody's like the soldiers, they're all dressed constantly.
Yeah.
So I was like, is it something to do with that?
And very
Well,
interestingly,
yeah.
Okay.
yeah, it does. Yeah.
But the two make their way out of the trees as Ophelia prattles about how beautiful her mother is, asking if Mercedes noticed that she's pregnant. As they leave, the bug lands on the center of the arch. It chitters and flaps its wings as it presides over the clearing and the labyrinth.
I immediately love and appreciate this dynamic between Mercedes and Ophelia.
Yes.
And I already know that I'm going to like Mercedes a lot.
Yeah.
I just really appreciate and am grateful that Ophelia has this presence in her life at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's already understanding.
Yes.
She was patient with her. She brought her the books back. Even when she was like, hey, this dude's not my dad. Fuck that guy. She's like, no, you,
I
you,
get
I know.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't stern or it wasn't mean or annoyed. It was like, I know, we all know.
And there was an interest in the books. Have you read all these?
Yeah.
That is what I
Yeah.
was about to say. It wasn't, oh, you brought a lot of books. It was, have you read these?
Yeah.
It was, yeah. Inside, at the end of a long dining table, Vidal has a strategy meeting with Serrano Garces and Sergeant Bayona, played by Jose Luis Torrijos. He points out that the rebels are sticking to the woods because it makes them harder to track, given that they know the terrain better than anyone else. His response to this is to block all access to the woods. Mercedes comes in with the tray, serving the men snacks and liquor. Vidal decides to store all the food and medicine to force the people down, and when he marks the 3 points on the map where he proposes the new command posts, Mercedes eyes it all. When she tilts her head to get a better look, Vidal places a hand on her shoulder and instructs her to get Dr. Ferrero. She, of course, says yes.
Obviously setting up something very important here.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will say Mercedes, a little more careful.
Girl.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious.
Just, yeah.
It's like when Bender puts his eyes out.
Yeah.
She fully tilted her head. Ferrero is currently in Carmen's bedroom with Carmen and Ophelia. Carmen lies in bed, not looking very well, and Ferrero takes out a small bottle. With the dropper, he expresses 2 drops into a glass, promising that it will help her sleep through the night. When he presents the glass to Carmen, Ophelia examines the dropper before taking the bottle to her mother. Ferrero instructs Carmen to drink it all, and she does, bringing the handkerchief to her lips once again when she's finished. Ferrero pledges to be available to her day or night should she need anything. He tells her that this applies to her and her nurse, referring to Ophelia with a smile. Mercedes waits for him in the doorway, and once they leave together, Carmen tells Ophelia to close the door and turn off the lights. Ophelia sets the bottle down on the nightstand to do as she's told. I did want to talk about this bed.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very large bed. One might even describe it as throne-like, if you were so inclined to think that way. But in the center of that giant headboard, there are arches and dots that look a lot like something on something that we're going to see in a minute.
Huh.
Very interesting.
Yeah. But we'll talk. But in the hallway, Mercedes pleads with Ferrero to help them. She asks for him to come and see someone that's been wounded because the wound is getting worse, as is the man's leg. Ferrero looks around nervously before handing her a small parcel. With apologies, he tells Mercedes that this was all he was able to get. Mercedes informs him that Vidal is waiting on him and looks after him sadly as he walks down the stairs to go to meet with the captain.
I did want to point out, Del Toro had mentioned something on commentary.
Mm-hmm.
He says that in this scene, there is a sly clue in the production design of the banister.
Yes.
That is a clue to really a character
Yeah.
that we will meet very shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will just say horns.
Ah.
Yeah. It's at the end of the banister. Even he said, and I've found this to be true as well, you have to pause it to see it. And also in every archway in the mill, there are horns carved into the archway. And again, he was like, you can't even see them. You have to be looking for them. And even still, sometimes you can't see them.
Yeah.
But it was important for him to have that infusion of these two different things happening.
Okay.
And yeah. But when Mercedes turns around after looking after Ferrero, she sees Ophelia standing in the doorway of her mother's bedroom. They lock eyes, but neither speaks a word before Ophelia closes the door. She retreats back to the bedroom where she climbs into bed with Carmen. Carmen holds her daughter tight, commenting on her cold feet. And this, going forward, this is the audition that Ivana Baquero did.
Oh, okay.
That was also on that Blu-ray.
Very nice.
Yeah. Carmen already seems to be drifting to sleep when she closes her eyes, but Ophelia is wide awake and stirs nervously. Carmen asks if she's afraid, and Ophelia admits that she is, a little. She looks around the new room with wide eyes, and when she hears a strange noise, Carmen dismisses it as the wind. She tells her daughter that it's different out here than where they lived in the city. There are no cars or trains to block out the noise. The houses here are old and they creak as if they were speaking. With a big smile, she promises that tomorrow she's giving Ophelia a surprise. Ophelia asks if it's a book, but Carmen tells her that it's something much better than a book. Before Carmen can fall asleep, Ophelia asks her quietly why she had to get married. With a sigh, Carmen responds that she was alone for too long, but Ophelia reminds her, I'm with you. You weren't alone. You were never alone. Carmen assures Ophelia that when she's older, she'll understand. She tells her that this hasn't been easy for her either, and she grimaces with pain when the baby kicks. She tells Ophelia that her brother is at it again, and when Ophelia places a hand on her belly, Carmen invites her to tell the baby one of her stories to calm him down. Ophelia brings her face closer to her mom's belly, whispering for her brother as she lays her head down on the bump. She begins a story that takes place long ago in a sad, faraway land. We dip down, traveling down to her baby brother, floating in utero with a strong and steady heartbeat pulsating. Ophelia describes a huge black mountain made of stone, and we pan away from the baby to see the top of the mountain. A blue rose blooms up toward the red sky as Ophelia continues. She describes the flower as a magic rose that blossomed every night and made whoever plucked it immortal. We travel down the stones to the twisted tangle of thorns below. Ophelia explains that no one was brave enough to go near the flower because the thorns were filled with poison. The stick bug lands on one of these thorned branches and flies off into the night, the moon hanging high in the sky behind it. Ophelia continues that men talked among themselves about fear of pain and death, but never about the promise of eternal life. The bug continues its journey until it lands on the windowsill of Carmen's bedroom. We float back into the room through the open window as Ophelia continues her story. The rose wilted every day, unable to give its gift, forgotten and lost on the top of the cold, dark mountain, forever alone until the end of time.
So just this entire sequence.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes.
It is so beautiful. From the start, the blueness of the room, the gold of the fire,
Mm-hmm.
the way that we kind of transition from this reality to this fairy tale world
Yeah.
through her belly, through her brother in utero.
Yeah.
If you keep track of the use of color in this film, each color palette is kind of defining the world that we're embodying.
Okay.
And very interestingly, later on, it just starts to blend a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is really, really neat. But the blue, Del Toro was talking on commentary about it being kind of a signifier of this real world that we're in.
Okay.
And you see it kind of shift as we go through into this fairy tale world where you get these reds and golds.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we start to see these more often, we kind of know where we are as far as, I guess, the world of this universe.
I totally get that. In the cold tones versus the warm tones.
Exactly. And which one does it seem that Ophelia retreats to?
Yeah.
You know, and then there is a third tone that we'll talk about later that kind of acts as something else.
Okay.
But I did want to talk about the cinematographer. It was Guillermo Navarro. He has worked with Del Toro on a lot of projects. The majority of them, actually.
Oh, nice.
And he actually is a director in his own right. He directed an episode of The Cabinet of Curiosities.
Oh, shit.
He directed 6 episodes of Hannibal.
Oh, yeah.
And he was also the cinematographer for From Dusk Till Dawn and Jackie Brown.
I knew I had heard the name before.
Yeah. But he...
Okay, yeah. 10 out of 10.
He won an Academy Award for the cinematography of this film.
Oh, good.
As he should have.
And for a good reason. He also discussed in an interview I read, I think it was the American Society of Cinematographers, but they did want to not only differentiate between these worlds in color palette, but through camera movement.
Okay.
And Del Toro even talked about this on commentary, but you do feel a difference in the way that these scenes are shot depending on where it is.
Yeah.
And so we even dip from the reality of the real world into this fairy tale that Ophelia is telling.
Yeah.
And we see that the camera gets more dynamic. It gets a little more whimsical, playful, adventurous.
Yeah.
But then when we return to the real world, the camera does kind of just follow the action of scenes.
Right.
Although there is a little more active movement, I feel like the camera's never really completely still.
Yeah.
But it kind of maybe starts to intertwine in these ways the same way that the color palette does the further we go.
Interesting.
Okay.
But Navarro had talked about Guillermo del Toro's influences in going into this as far as the kind of style that he hoped to capture and emulate, but also create a world wholly his own. But he mentioned, and we will talk about this later, of course, in a very specific scene, Francisco Goya, James Whale, Mario Bava,
Okay.
George Romero,
Yes.
David Cronenberg,
Okay.
and he was a fairy tale illustrator, I believe, Arthur Reckham.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of Del Toro's drawings that they used as references for creating the language of the camera in this film.
Okay.
And so, like you were talking about before, where his sketches kind of inform so much of what this film became,
Yeah.
it wasn't just environments or production design. It was also the cinematography.
It's interesting that you say that because in that interview with Doug Jones, he said that Guillermo del Toro brought back the sympathetic and romanticized monster and that we haven't seen anything quite like what he is doing since, your Frankensteins.
Right.
And that's, I can see it.
Yeah.
In his office, with the magnifier nestled into the socket of his eye, Vidal gently tinkers with and cleans the cogs of his pocket watch. I do want to draw attention to seemingly cog-shaped structures behind him.
Okay.
Del Toro said that purposefully he wanted the feel of this office to be like Vidal is living inside of a watch.
Oh, wow.
All right.
When Ferrero enters, he answers Vidal's inquiries about Carmen, reporting that she's very weak. Vidal replies dryly that she'll have all the rest she needs because he'll be sleeping down here. He closes the watch, concealing the inner workings and turning it to reveal its cracked face. He asks Ferrero about his son, and the doctor seems confused by the question. Garces and Serrano come in to speak with Vidal, but the captain raises a hand to silence them. He asks Ferrero again, How is my son? Ferrero tells him that for the moment, there's nothing to worry about, and Vidal seems pleased with this answer. He stands, sticking a lit cigarette between his lips, but Ferrero isn't finished. He tells Vidal that Carmen should not have traveled this late in her pregnancy. Vidal asks if that's his opinion, and Ferrero tells him that it is. It's his professional opinion. It's like,
I'm a doctor.
I just said it.
As this scene is going on and we don't know much about Vidal just yet, I was just like, please be careful, doctor. I'm so afraid for him already.
Yeah. Vidal steps to him, imparting his wisdom that his son should be born wherever his father is. That's all.
I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I get it if you're saying it in a different way. Like, look, I want to be there when my child's born.
Yeah, that's not what he's saying.
Of course, but you're not saying it that way, and I don't like the way you're saying it.
No. He starts to strut away, but Ferrero stops him. He asks what makes him so sure that the baby is a boy. Vidal chuckles darkly, expelling cigarette smoke from his nose, before telling the doctor bluntly, "Don't fuck with me." He leaves with the officers without another word.
As if it wasn't enough when we saw him out there with Ophelia.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
Like, he sucks.
Yes.
Yeah. Outside, as they walk to their destination, the officers inform Vidal that at 8 o'clock they detected gunfire in the northwestern sector. Sergeant Bayona inspected the area and was able to capture a suspect. They round the corner to a group of men clustered together. Among them, 2 officers keep a firm hand each on father and son, played by Eusebio Lazaro and Milo Taboada. According to Garces, the father is the captured suspect and the son came from town. The father stands stoically and quietly as the son explains that his father is an honest man. Vidal tells him that he'll be the judge of that and tells the man to take his hat off in front of him. The son does as he's told. Sergeant Bayona brings the rifle over and hands it to Vidal, commenting that it's been fired. The son explains that the father was hunting rabbits, but Vidal bids him to be quiet. At Vidal's behest, the officer next to the old man takes his satchel off and hands it over. Vidal finds a small book with the words, "No God, no country, no master" on the front and hands it to Garces, citing it as red propaganda. But the son interrupts again, telling Vidal that it's not. Vidal raises his hand to silence him again, but the old man finally speaks, informing the captain that it's an old almanac. They're just farmers. Vidal continues to go through the bag, tossing things away until he finds a bottle of wine, which he uncaps and sniffs. He tells the old man to continue, and he does. He was in the woods to hunt for rabbits for his daughters because they're sick. The son pipes up again that if his father says that he was hunting rabbits, then he was hunting rabbits. Vidal turns his head to look at the son again. He smacks the cork back into the bottle's neck before taking measured steps toward the young man. Without a word, he brings the bottle down hard across the son's face, and he goes down immediately. Vidal grabs him by his collar and pulls him back up, only to bring the bottom of the bottle down again and again. We watch as the bottle bashes the man's face, breaking his nose first and then finally making the center of his face an unrecognizable red mush, ignoring the father who begs for Vidal to let his son go. When he's finished, he drops the man onto the ground. The father has to be restrained as he sobs that Vidal killed him. He calls the captain a son of a bitch and a murderer, but Vidal calmly draws his weapon and shoots the old man twice in the chest. When he falls to the ground, Vidal sees that the son is still alive, cradling his ruined face, so he shoots him dead as well. He turns back to the old man's satchel, pulling out more papers and throwing them to the ground. Finally, he thrusts his hand deeper inside and pulls out a slain rabbit by its feet. He looks Garces in the eyes, remorselessly proposing that maybe this will teach them to search the suspects better before they come bothering him. Garces agrees with the yes, captain, and when Vidal walks away, he and Serrano share a look before averting their eyes.
How the fuck you gonna blame them for some shit you just did in front of them?
Yeah.
I could not believe this.
Yeah.
And the fact of also taking the rabbit as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, honestly, my memory of this film from the one time that I'd watched it before we decided to cover it.
Yeah.
I did not remember in the slightest this level of visceral violence in this film.
No, I didn't either, honestly.
So it caught me so off guard, I actually gasped.
Yeah.
Because really all that I remembered from this film for the first time is some of the fantastic things that we see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this was very jarring to me. I did hear a few things on commentary that I wanted to share that were very interesting and kind of tragic, really.
Okay.
But Del Toro said that this event and this scene was based on a true oral account of something that happened during the Spanish Civil War that took place in a grocery store.
Oh, damn.
Of, I guess, somebody did not take off their hat when one of the fascists walked in. And this is what happened, basically.
Oh, my God.
And the fascist took the groceries afterwards.
Jesus Christ.
That the man had just paid for. But the detail of the bottle is something that happened in real life to Del Toro and a friend of his. He said that they were attacked and Del Toro was being beaten with a chain and his friend was being beaten with a bottle. And he said that for some reason, your mind connects to different things when certain things are happening to you, the way that you relive and remember trauma, which honestly is a theme of this film as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he said that all he could think was hearing the sound of this bottle against his friend. And he said, it doesn't break like in the John Wayne movies.
Yeah.
And so all he was thinking was trying to translate that into this moment in the film. And the way that he does it is in such a way that is just so just unbelievably difficult to watch.
It's unflinching.
Yes.
There is no break. Like
No.
we are watching all of it.
But he also said when it comes to the sound design, he said the emphasis isn't even on a score or the drama of it. More than not, you hear the sounds of nature behind them.
Yeah.
He said, so for them, it's supposed to also signify that this is just part of what they do.
Yeah.
It is.
This is just what they do.
Well, and you can even tell from Vidal's reaction to finding out that they hadn't done anything wrong. He's like, well, I mean, like, he does not give a fuck.
And they just move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one quote that was very interesting and it kind of really resonated with me because it was exactly what happened to me is he said, as far as the two contrasting worlds of this film, he said the violence is here to make you more susceptible to fantasy and the fantasy is here to make you more vulnerable to the violence.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And you feel that.
Yeah, because I did remember this, but I didn't remember, like you said, T, the level of how he beat that dude's face in.
No.
I was like, God damn, dude. I was like, okay, you know,
Yeah,
maybe
that's
one
enough.
little clonk on the head, but you went a little overboard with that shit.
Yeah, you just feel the brutality of it.
Yeah.
In one of those interviews, Del Toro had said that violence on film can be spectacle or it can be dramatic. And that the moments in this film he specifically designed to be more emotional and harrowing rather than just gratuitous spectacle.
Okay.
And I think that he achieved that.
Absolutely.
In Carmen's bedroom, Ophelia wakes to a strange skittering sound. She tries to wake up her mother, whispering that there's something in the room, but Carmen is in a deep sleep. Remember, she took that medicine.
That's right.
Ophelia glances around the room, following the noises as the bug chitters loudly across the ceiling. When she tries to get out of bed, the bug scampers across her feet before she can stand, scaring her back up into it.
I just want to say that stick bug seemed a lot friendlier in the daytime.
Yeah.
Well,
Because this is shot like a horror film.
yeah.
These sections.
Well, the bug's like, wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Finally, it lands on the end of the bed and crawls across the blankets over to Ophelia. She greets it warmly, asking if it followed her. She asks if it's a fairy, and it chitters a response that obviously she can't understand. She pulls one of her books from the nightstands and points to one of the pictures, a silhouetted fairy clutching a bouquet of flowers. She teaches the bug that this is what a fairy is. The bug looks at this and changes its stance. It turns away from Ophelia, flexing and straining its limbs until it contorts, transforming into a green humanoid fairy with wings that resemble leaves. With its new body, the fairy flies up to Ophelia's face, where she stares at it in awe. It motions for her to come with it, and she understands completely, asking if that's what it means. The fairy nods and points the way, and Ophelia understands that it wants her to go outside. With a smile, she asks where. Before we move on, I did want to say that Guillermo Del Toro said that this is his favorite piece of magic in the entire film.
Okay.
Because it's like, whatever this bug is, seeing this picture and being like, oh, this is what you want me to be. I'll be your fairy for you.
Yeah.
Or is it seeing the picture and being like, oh, she gets it. I can be my true self.
Yeah, that's what I kind of took it as, was like, oh,
Yeah.
say no more, fam.
Bet,
You know
exactly.
what I mean?
But he said that DDT had worked on Hellboy.
Okay.
And Cafe Effects used the fairies from Hellboy as their inspiration for these.
Very nice.
But Guillermo Del Toro was adamant that they have no hair and be more bug-like. So Cafe Effects, it was their idea to kind of use crushed leaves for the wings.
And it's a brilliant...
Yes.
Yeah, that's a really great choice because, again, they came from the forest.
Yes.
Yeah.
You came from that statue. And if you came as a bug, you're still in nature.
Yes.
You're still from the forest.
Yeah.
Something very interesting that he said on commentary as well is his idea for these fairies in this film. When he was talking to DDT Effects for Hellboy, he already had it in mind and almost really told them this will also be used.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Because this was his idea of the perfect fairy design.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
The fairy leads her to the labyrinth, and Ophelia pulls her coat tighter when she enters the cold stone walls. The fairy chitters and buzzes as it flies overhead, and the whimsical music mounts as Ophelia follows obediently. She ends up at its center, next to the opening of a huge well, with a long staircase leading deep into the earth.
So earlier we discussed color and the worlds that these colors belong to, where the blue is kind of the real world, the red and the gold are signifying this magical realm.
Right.
There is a third color that we see pervading this palette right now, and it's green.
Mm-hmm.
Del Toro had said that the green is meant to signify this bridge, this connection in this area, specifically this well that kind of belongs to both worlds.
It makes
Okay.
sense, too, because when she finds the stone eye, she's in the trees. She's in the lush forest.
And we'll see this color come up again later in a garment.
Yeah.
And you kind of realize, you're like, oh, she is caught between,
Yeah.
Okay.
you know?
And caught between another literary character.
Yes.
Right.
That garment also really reminded me of.
Very clearly. I also heard on commentary he talked about them accentuating the greenery of this area. They added a lot of moss, and they even put green gels on the lighting to kind of pop it even more to give this feeling here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they talked a lot about how saturated the film is, and you see it in a lot of places. And he made mention, when you look at period piece films, the color palette is not as vibrant as this.
No.
Yeah.
And so it gives the film its own feel, because when you think of a film set in the 40s,
Yeah.
you don't think of something so lush and so vibrant.
No.
And so it's just really remarkable the work that they did in creating really their own language.
Yeah. And real quick, she's brave as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
At my age, I'll be 40 in September. I'm not going down that well. I need a flashlight, a bottle of water, some kind of weapon, and a buddy. I'm not going down there alone.
That reminds me, though, of something I saw him say on one of the interviews on the Blu-ray, is that children don't have as many hangups. They don't have as many fears associated with things. So in that context, children are easier, or they're harder to scare.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we have grown and we've had so many experiences, and the car becomes scary. This becomes children have no context for that.
I think the only thing for me as a kid is the height of these stairs. I just give me a handrail.
No.
Just to hold on to.
No.
Something.
Yeah. If I tumble down the side of this thing,
Oh, you're done.
that fairy's going to be really upset.
It's over.
I think we picked the wrong kid.
But Ophelia calls out hello as she descends the stairs, the fairy excitedly buzzing around her and leading the way. But her own echo is the only reply she gets. She plays with her echo, repeating the word again and again and listening to it bounce off the walls and come back to her. She takes a moment, her eyes lingering on a statue in the center of the well. Her small feet crunch in the earth as she passes a withered, moss-covered tree trunk. But when her back is turned, the fairy lands on this trunk and it turns. It was never a tree, but the back of the fawn, played by Doug Jones, with his voice provided by Pablo Adon. We're going to talk a lot about this in a moment. His body looks to be made of bark and moss, with hooved feet and long-fingered hands. A pair of horns twist back from his face, crowning his light hair both on his head and in a tuft at the end of his chin. His eyes are deep set, light, pale, and cloudy, and swirls and half circles mark his brow. This is the pattern that's on Carmen's headboard.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Real quick, Doug Jones.
Yes.
God damn. Fantastic. So I just wanted, and I know he's done more, but I wanted to rattle off some things. Like you said, Hellboy. He did it in 2004. Hellboy 2. He did it in 2008. Then he did Ouija, Origin of Evil.
Hey.
And 2016.
The good one.
Yeah.
Then he did The Shape of Water in 2017. I know he's done other stuff, but these are things that I remember him from. And goddamn, is he great.
He's amazing. And we just saw him at Frightmare.
I was
We
just
did.
going to say, when we walked into the event hall, the first person we saw was Doug Jones sitting right there.
Yeah.
But he is just incredible at everything that he does. The way that he embodies these characters.
Yeah.
It's just brilliant work.
Yeah, he's incredible. But the fawn's voice trembles with excitement as he tells Ophelia, "It's you." He begs her not to be frightened, reaching for the ornate bag slung across his body. He opens it and laughs deeply when two more fairies fly out and rush to Ophelia, one red and one blue. As they buzz around her, Ophelia introduces herself and asks who he is. The fawn laughs, waltzing around the well in ancient rickety movements, explaining that he's had so many names.
This worried me.
Yeah.
Because whenever you hear this and kind of folklore,
Yeah.
I go by many names.
Yes.
Who's that associated
And
with?
Little Horn.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's one of the many names.
Yes.
Some of them are so old that only the wind and trees can pronounce them. He says, "I am the mountain, the woods, and the earth." He paces, Ophelia turning as he does to keep her eyes on him, and he gives a little shake before finishing his introduction. "I am the fawn." He bows to Ophelia, calling her Your Highness, and himself her most humble servant. I did want to mention very quickly that little shake that he does. Guillermo Del Toro had told him to study the hind legs of farm animals, and Doug Jones made a lot of notes about how they move, how they walk, and how they swat flies and bugs away. And so many of his movements are informed by real farm animals that he extensively studied.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Ophelia tries to correct him, though, but the fawn interrupts. He tells her that she is the Princess Moana, daughter of the king of the underworld. The fairies swirl around, and Ophelia becomes nervous. She shakes her head, telling the fawn that her father was a tailor, but he reiterates that she is not born of man. He dismisses this with a wave of his hand, countering that it was the moon that bore her. He invites her to look at her left shoulder and find a mark that proves it. He tells her that her real father had them open portals all over the world to wait for her return. Indicating the space around them, he says that this was the last one. They just have to make sure that her essence is intact and that she hasn't become immortal. Ophelia looks nervous as the fawn seems to lose himself in this thought, choking off a growl before returning to his satchel. He tells Ophelia that she has 3 tasks that she needs to complete before the next full moon. Somehow, he pulls out a large book, identifying it as the Book of Crossroads. With a small bag perched on top, he hands it over to Ophelia, detailing that if she opens it when she's alone, it will show her her future and what needs to be done. The fawn takes a step back and is swallowed up by the shadows, taking the fairies with him. Ophelia opens the book and finds every page to be blank. She takes a look around as strange noises echo and the wind howls. She clutches the Book of Crossroads to her chest. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about Doug Jones, but first I want to talk about this costume.
Right.
Mhm.
So Doug Jones had to be completely covered in talcum powder to even get this on. They did his chest first, which contained batteries for the servos and the headpiece. Because the mouth is Doug Jones's mouth. They flattened his nose with a piece of plastic, and everything above the mouth is the headpiece. And the servos in it, the machinery makes the eyes blink, makes the ears twitch, all of that stuff. And Doug Jones could only see through tiny tear ducts in the eyes. He had the tiniest range of vision.
As you're watching it, you do wonder how he's seeing through it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will say, as a person who is attempting to analyze it, because as you're watching it, you're just captivated.
Yes.
Yeah.
But as I was watching it this time, I was like, how is this coming together? How is he breathing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Through his nose?
Yeah.
All of these things.
Yeah. But they had a piece that went over the chest piece. They had the legs, the mask, the gloves for the hands. He said that each stage took them about a half hour to put on.
Oh, wow.
The stilts that he is standing on, first of all, they made him 7 feet tall. And they rigged it in such a way, and they had him testing it out in all of the stages so that it was comfortable for him and that it was built in a way that served him as an actor. But his real legs puppeteered the fawn's legs. So his legs were wrapped in green and just taken out.
Okay.
So, yeah, the way that he is walking with his real legs informs the way that the fawn legs move. So it's very intuitive. He is still in complete control. But he commended DDT. He said that David Marti and Monsi Rabi were angels sent from God, is what he said, sent from heaven. Because the fawn costume is the most comfortable costume he has ever worn.
Really?
Wow.
He said that it is the only piece he's ever worn in his entire career, that he wore it all day, and when he took it off, there was not one red mark on his body. That the way it was cut up and divided, he had free range of motion. He was comfortable. He could breathe. That a lot of rigs that he has to wear are at his shoulders. So he's carrying all the weight in his shoulders. He said the way this was distributed, it was on a belt. He could carry it on a belt around his waist, that it was all even. It wasn't too heavy. He said that it was amazing. It was the most comfortable thing he's ever worn for a role.
You always wonder how actors who portray these creatures, how they can stand to be in these makeups for 8-10 hours.
Yeah.
So that's just very amazing to hear.
He said that a lot of the time he's relying on almost being an athlete as much as being an actor, because he's so uncomfortable. The stuff that he is wearing is so heavy. It is such a physical toll on him. But learning that the fawn was like, it was great. Not one red mark on his body when he took the costume off.
One thing that Del Toro had said is a lot of people did assume that the legs were CG.
Yeah, no.
And he said that it was just puppetry.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Which is funny, because when I did look, because the movie, again, is beautiful. I wanted to see if there was any kind of goofs, and one of them was here. It said that if you look on the wall, they could not take out the shadow of Doug Jones standing there, his legs. So you're so focused on the fawn, you don't notice that it's his human or his normal legs in the shadow.
Listen, nobody's looking at that.
No.
Not when the fawn is on the screen.
Hell no, he looks beautiful.
Yes.
And it's that wide shot of the two of them on that set. You're just like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
And just the scale of this creature.
Yes. I watched an interview with Doug Jones, and this is going to veer off a little bit, but I did want to share it. We're going to go all the way back to 1997.
All right.
When Guillermo Del Toro was doing Mimic.
I always forget that he directed that.
I didn't know that.
I don't think I knew he directed
Yeah.
that. Yes. But they had shot it in Canada and were doing reshoots here in the States. So the Canadian guy that they needed to do the reshoots would have had to be flown out. He would have had to get a work visa, just a bunch of headaches and extra expenses. So in Doug Jones's words, he said that they had to look for another tall, skinny, goofy guy. So somebody called him. Despite the fact that he had already done Hocus Pocus and Tank Girl and even Tales from the Crypt, he was an unknown name. So they called him in the afternoon and were like, are you free to do for tonight?
Wow.
And he was like, and of course I was free. I had nothing going on.
Yeah.
So he got the call in the afternoon, and by 11 p.m. he was there to play a giant bug.
Now, it's Splice, right? Where,
We're not talking about
I'm just saying, right? It's not Mimic, right?
Right, no.
Okay, all right. I was going to say Willie, come on.
He said that during lunch, Guillermo Del Toro came over and sat across from him with his head in his hands like an 8-year-old boy with giant blue eyes, asking a bunch of questions about what he likes, what he's done, what he plans on doing. He said that after a certain point, he was like, is this really the director or is this a fanboy that snuck in? Because he said that that's what makes Guillermo Del Toro so great, is that he is a fanboy before anything else. Before he's a writer, a creator, a director, anything. He is a fanboy. But he says that back at that lunch table in 97, Del Toro asked Doug Jones if he had a card. Doug Jones did. It was a little sketch of his profile. It said Doug Jones on it, had his information. He gives it to Del Toro. Del Toro tucks it away in his wallet. Doug Jones finishes his 3 days on Mimic, goes on with his life. 5 years later, Del Toro is doing Hellboy. And guess who comes to mind for Abe Sapien?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So he gets the call. Doug Jones says that that's where the mutual trust and respect that he and Del Toro have kind of grew. He said that he is on another level from any director he has ever worked with. He's a walking encyclopedia for all kinds of art. He said that he gives his actors complete freedom. He'll give you that first take. If you got it, he doesn't say a word. If you don't, he's like, hey, let's talk about this. But you have that freedom to feel the character for yourself. He said that's not just him. That's how he works with actors.
Guillermo just seems like a really fucking wonderful dude.
He
Yeah.
does.
Like every interview we've listened to or are reading about actors that work with them and stuff, everybody just talks so good about him.
But Del Toro emailed him personally for Pan's Labyrinth. And the email said, nobody can play the fawn but you. So that pressure rocked Doug Jones and it terrified him. But he read the script and he sobbed and he was like, I have to do this. I have to be a part of it. He reread the email that Del Toro sent him and realized the movie's in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know Spanish.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
So he tells him, I can't do this. I don't speak Spanish. I can't do it. I want to. I can't. Del Toro was like, I don't care. He said he wanted him so badly. He told Doug Jones, say whatever you want. Count to 10 over and over and over again. We're dubbing it. It doesn't matter. I don't care. You're the only person that can be this fawn. And something else that we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But that was also originally he was approached with both.
Mm-hmm.
So Doug Jones is like, okay, I'll do it. But he's like, I cannot stand there and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and have them dub the lines over. He goes, that is unfair and disrespectful to Guillermo Del Toro and also to Ivana Baquero, because how is she supposed to reply to anything that I'm saying when I'm saying gibberish?
That's true.
So he learned his lines and hers to know when to respond. He said he was so self-conscious about his Spanish. He spoke so slowly. He tried so hard to do it the right way. But even watching the film, the mouth matches.
Yeah.
And even seeing him on set, he did a good job.
Uh-huh.
But they said they made him his own special chair to sit down because he's got a tail. He can't fucking sit in a chair. So it's like you sit kind of like it's a backwards chair with a shelf on it that he can lean forward to rest. So he said that he's on a break. He's laying down like this, and he heard Guillermo Del Toro coming, and he knew it was him because he shuffles. He doesn't pick up his feet when he walks.
Hey, I do that.
So he knew it was him. He said he looks up. There's this really famous photo you can find online of Del Toro and Doug Jones face to face of him in the fawn costume. He said it was this conversation that he told him, I know you haven't heard much from me, my friend, but that's because you're getting it right.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah. He said because he was the only American in the film, he did a lot of the press, and he went from acting for 20 years under the radar to Pan's Labyrinth literally changing his life. He said that this film changed everything for him. Even now, he said it's his favorite film that he has ever done, ever. Pan's Labyrinth is. And to him, it is the absolute perfect film.
I can understand all of that.
Yeah.
And in that interview, they have a little insert of him, it's a wrap on Doug Jones, and he's standing 7 feet tall as the fawn, and Guillermo Del Toro is hugging him like a child. Like, he will not, everybody is applauding. He won't let go of him. He's just like holding on to him. It was just the sweetest thing. I didn't mean to derail us too much, but just the story of their working relationship and the respect and the reverence with which he speaks about Guillermo Del Toro, I loved it.
Well, it's a nice change of pace from us constantly. Well, not constantly, but there are a lot of movies where the rewrites or the meddling or the whatever, and it's like, oh my God, why do you guys got to do that? And here, there's none of that.
Yeah.
And so many horror stories of directors on set.
Yeah.
Yeah, just being assholes.
Not being very hands-on.
Yeah. But in his office, Vidal plays a record of lively instrumentals loudly as he smokes and shaves his face with a straight razor. Later, he's dressed smartly in his uniform as he smokes another cigarette while he shines his boots. The rabbits he took from the 2 men he murdered sit on the table in front of him, and when Mercedes comes in with the tray, he tasks her with cooking them for dinner. Mercedes picks up one of the rabbits and remarks that they're too young, so Vidal suggests making them into a stew. Mercedes agrees. He stands and holds his coffee cup out to her, telling her that it was burnt and inviting her to taste it herself. Holding the rabbit with one hand by its feet, Mercedes takes the cup in her other hand and takes a drink, as she was told. Vidal places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to keep an eye on it. Appearing uncomfortable, but masking it with obedience, she tells him, "As you wish, sir," before turning and leaving the room looking very unhappy.
One thing that I will say is after seeing what he did to that father and son,
Yeah.
every single interaction with Vidal is terrifying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we know what he's capable of now.
She walks down to the kitchen, handing the rabbits to Jacinta, played by Lala Gatu, and telling her to cook them. She comments to the other women in the kitchen that the captain didn't like the coffee. Jacinta has taken the rabbit to the counter where Paz, played by Ana Saez, scrubs the surface. She calls the captain a fussy dandy, but Mercedes is still about business. She says that they're going to need more beef and another chicken for dinner because the doctors and mayor's wives are coming. But Paz quips that they'll eat more than a couple pigs and they never shut up. As they giggle, Jacinta adds, "Not even when they're underwater." I was like, what does that mean?
It does seem like they've been here for a while then, if they know what's going on.
Mercedes and Conchita, played by Pepa Pedroche, carry steaming buckets of water up to Carmen's bedroom. In the adjoining bathroom, they pour the hot water into the bathtub, filling the room with steam. As Mercedes wipes the sweat from her head and leaves through the bedroom, Conchita finishes and leaves behind her, carrying the buckets. Mercedes passes Carmen, who still sits in the wheelchair Vidal insisted upon. She calls Ophelia over and tells her excitedly that Ophelia's father is giving them a dinner party tonight, so she made her a dress. She presents her with it, beautiful and emerald green, asking if she likes it. When Ophelia doesn't give a reply, Carmen dreamily muses what she would have given to have a dress like this when she was Ophelia's age. She shows her a brand new pair of shoes too, black, buckled, and shiny. She asks if she likes them, and Ophelia says flatly that she does. They're very pretty. Carmen tells her to go along and take her bath.
I did want to talk a little bit about the production design as well. The production designer was a guy called Eugenio Caballero, And he, if I'm not mistaken, this was his first time working with Del Toro, but he would actually go on to do the production design for the film Roma, which was directed by Alfonso Cuarón,
Oh,
the producer of this.
yeah.
But he had said that he met Del Toro at Cannes Film Festival, and they were talking about it, and it's kind of like you described, where he's just telling him everything because he has it all in his brain.
Yeah.
And so as Caballero is learning of this, he's like, he wants me for this. He's telling me all these things that he's excited about, these ideas of these different worlds. The only difficulty is that Caballero says that he knew nothing about the Spanish Civil War, and he had maybe worked very minorly with anything having to do with fantasy. And so it was very daunting from the outset.
Yeah.
But he did a ridiculous amount of research, and he said that the thing that really helped him and got him to be where he felt comfortable is simply the matter of Guillermo del Toro's clear vision of what he wanted. And so he knew that he was in good hands. Anything that he was uncertain about, he knew that there would be an answer.
Yeah.
But what he was given is clear rules to follow, just like we were talking about with the differences in the worlds in cinematography.
Okay.
There is the same thing going on with the production design. And so everything in the real world has a kind of straight line rigidity to it. But when it comes to anything having to do with these fairy tales, it starts to get a little curved. It starts to get a little more interesting in their shape.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so one thing that has kind of this idea of these two worlds colliding is in a lot of things that have to do with Ophelia, even in the real world, will have curves.
Huh.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
I only noticed it because of the window in the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
The lights that are pouring in are circular.
All right.
And it feels different, and you don't even really register. You're like, the real world is really rigid.
Yeah.
Until you see those windows and you're like, what? That feels
That doesn't
different.
fit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so it's little things like that of the world kind of colliding with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And you do see it as well with a lantern that Mercedes holds later, because there are these little circular holes in it that, again, do not feel like they should be there.
Right.
But it's because of these colliding worlds.
Yeah.
They also built a lot of things in the real world to be larger to make Ophelia appear smaller.
Oh, okay.
And so you do later, there's this shot in the bath, and the bath seems huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that too. I was like, damn, that's a big ass bath.
Yeah, but it's because of that intentionally.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And that fits with what we're saying about this dress and the character
Yes.
Yeah.
as well.
But as Carmen fiddles with the dress, Ophelia crosses the room to the bathroom and closes the door behind her. Once alone, she pulls the Book of Crossroads from its hiding spot behind the radiator. When she sits on the edge of the tub and opens it, the pages are blank again, but before her eyes, ink begins to imbrue the pages, even continuing when she gently runs her fingers across it. She watches calmly as the pages fill with words, pictures, and drawings, but she's interrupted when Carmen knocks on the door. She tells Ophelia to hurry up because she wants to see the dress on her and that she wants her to be beautiful for the captain. Ophelia catches her reflection in the mirror and pulls down her sleeve to expose her shoulder. As Carmen tells Ophelia that she's going to look like a princess, Ophelia smiles at her reflection, bearing the birthmark in the shape of a moon behind her left shoulder. She repeats, a princess. So this is interesting.
Yeah.
I did, talking about the shape of the birthmark and the whole, before the moon is full, whatever. Del Toro had said that the moon was purposefully used as it is a feminine symbol. And he said that as the moon becomes more full, the girl becomes more herself, grows more into a woman. He said the moon is not static like the sun. It is always becoming and transforming.
Oh, wow.
And that's why it was such it's a very important theme in the film.
Yeah.
Down in the kitchen, Mercedes slices a potato before cleaning the knife off and folding it into her apron. Jacinta, Conchita, and Paz sit at the table around her preparing food. She tells them to make sure that the chickens are cleaned properly and not to forget the beans. But the women are looking past her, smiling. Mercedes turns to see Ophelia coming down the stairs in her new outfit, and she smiles proudly at her as the other women tell her how beautiful she is and what a lovely dress. This dress is giving Alice in Wonderland, but make it green.
Yeah.
And it's so fitting. With a smile, Mercedes tells them to get back to work and stop wasting time. She runs a hand along Ophelia's dress, right at her left shoulder, as Ophelia grins. Mercedes offers her some milk and honey, and she nods. I was surprised because she's like, yes, I would love some milk and honey. They fucking go outside to milk the cow.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, shit.
Get it fresh.
Yeah. But Ophelia stands close by, one hand on the cow as she watches the process. But Mercedes advises her to step back so she doesn't get milk on her new dress since she looks so pretty. Ophelia barely takes a step back, and in a quiet voice, she asks Mercedes if she believes in fairies. Mercedes says no, but admits that when she was a little girl, she did. She used to believe in a lot of things that she doesn't anymore. She turns her attention to calming the cow before scooping a bowl of milk out of the pail. Ophelia confides in her that a fairy visited her last night, and it wasn't alone. There were lots of them, and a fawn. She says that the fawn was very old and tall and smelled like the earth. Mercedes cautions her that her mother always told her to be wary of fawns, but their conversation is interrupted when Vidal walks over to them, Garces close behind. With no discernible emotion on his face, he tells Mercedes to come with him.
This whole time, all I'm thinking is I'm just so glad again that Ophelia has Mercedes.
Yeah.
Because she couldn't tell any of this to her mother at all.
No.
There's no way that it would have been received in any way but kind of belittling or
dismissed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, her mom is going through some shit too.
She is.
But
True.
but it is, again, you are right. If your kid is telling you something, you know you are in this fucked up situation together.
Yeah.
Just listen to her.
Yeah.
Mhm. And that's all Mercedes is doing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mercedes follows Vidal to a storage building where soldiers are loading up bags. They are met by a civil guard captain played by Sebastian Haro. He reports that they've got everything here: flour, salt, oil, medicine, olives, and bacon. They walk inside and Vidal picks a small box off of the shelf. He sniffs it and is excited by the fact that he finds it to be real tobacco. The guard hands him a stack of ration cards, and as Vidal tasks him with checking over the inventory, Mercedes eyes the hoarded goods. She snapped back to reality when Vidal calls her name. Standing in the doorway, he asks her for the key, and she obediently hands it over. He inserts it into the lock, ensuring it's fit, and when he double checks with Mercedes that this is the only key, he tells her that he will be carrying it from now on.
Don't you just love this guy every time he's on fucking screen?
You fall more and more in love with him.
I will say something that Del Toro really highlighted in the commentary is kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier in the intro, are these connecting items between the worlds.
Yes.
And there are certain things that pop up in different contexts throughout the real world and in this fairy tale world.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting, the interplay between all of them. This key
Yeah.
is one of them. Mercedes' knife
Yes.
is another one. And there is another really big one coming up in a couple of scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he is called away by Serrano, who looks over at the horizon with binoculars. He hands them over to Vidal, admitting that it might be nothing. But when Vidal looks through the lens, he sees smoke billowing from the trees covering a distant hilltop. He lowers the binoculars and speaks with cold certainty. It's them. The soldiers race through the woods on their horses while Ophelia walks the path to the labyrinth in her new dress, looking through the Book of Crossroads. As the horses gallop through the trees, Ophelia reads that once upon a time when the woods were young, they were inhabited by creatures that were full of magic and wonder. They all protected each other and rested under the shade of a giant fig tree, but now the tree is dying with dried branches and an old twisted trunk. A monstrous toad has settled into its roots and won't let the tree thrive. As she reads this, Ophelia travels through thick, vibrant leaves until she finds this tree, as old and twisted as the text described. The way that the tree grows, it is forked,
Mm-hmm.
maybe horned. maybe
okay.
vaguely uterine.
Mm-hmm.
These are all like motifs and themes that keep occurring. I did think too, and I didn't see Del Toro address this directly, but like the parallels, I thought about maybe the tree, and I don't know that this fully fleshes out through the whole film, but the tree maybe representing her mother carrying something inside of it that is making it very sick and not letting it thrive.
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
I was like, that's also something that's happening over here. You know what I mean?
He did say on commentary about the first time that we really enter the fairy tale world is through her mother's womb.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
And you see the colors that we see in that sequence are very organic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think,
Huh.
yeah.
Okay. See, I thought the Headless Horseman was going to jump out of there.
You know, it did.
Yeah,
The hole in
tree.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something else that was really interesting to me on commentary, and it was just a really good quote,
Mm-hmm.
but it was about those vertical wipes between her approaching this tree and the cavalry kind of going into the forest.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
And it's this, again, just a sly visual connection of connecting these worlds again
Yeah.
in different ways to show that they will collide eventually.
Mhm.
And he had said that these decisions, everything's intentional. It's not just eye candy, it's eye protein.
Ooh,
Okay.
I love that. Dumping the small pouch the fawn gave her into her hand, revealing the contents to be 3 large stones, Ophelia continues that she has to put the 3 magic stones into the toad's mouth. Then she'll retrieve the golden key from its belly, and only then will the fig tree once again flourish. Ophelia's brand new shoes squelch in the mud under her feet, and other than a cursory glance, she doesn't pay any mind. Instead, she looks around at the swirling flurries in the air. Thoughtfully, she removes the bow and the dress her mother made her, draping it over a branch before entering the large hole in the tree's center in a green underdress. The flurries are thicker inside the damp darkness of the tree, but Ophelia disappears as she crawls down. The wind picks up outside, blowing so hard against her clothes that a ribbon flies off.
I just want to say, look, I understand you wanted to see your daughter in this dress before dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that happens to this dress is your fault because you made her put it on way too early.
Way
Yeah,
too
yeah.
early, especially if you were going to let her go outside.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no fun. When I saw the mud, I was like, it's over.
Yeah.
It's done. Inside the tree, Ophelia crawls through the wet earth on her hands and knees. The inner walls are lined with twisted roots and crawling with huge bugs. When one crawls on her arm, she quickly wipes it away, leaving a smear of mud behind on her skin. Just outside the tree, the men continue by on their horses, led by Vidal. When he jumps off, landing on the hard earth, Serrano and Garces follow him closely. He kneels to inspect an abandoned campfire, still smoking from its hasty extinguishment. Vidal holds his hands over the smoke, muttering that they were here less than 20 minutes ago and they left in a hurry. Surveying the scene, he estimates 12 men at most. He finds a discarded paper package and hands it over to Garces, but keeps its small contents.
That's sloppy.
Yeah.
I know.
Like, come on, man.
It's a glass tincture filled with a clear liquid that Vidal identifies as antibiotics. Garces found a paper on the ground as well and tells the men that they forgot their lottery ticket, but Vidal holds up a hand to silence him. He whispers to the soldiers that the sons of bitches are here and they're watching them.
Firstly, tincture, great word.
Thanks.
I've never heard that before. And I did wonder what it was. With them watching, all I was hoping, I was just I hope they light you up.
I know,
Like,
dude.
do it.
I know.
End this dude right now.
Please.
Yeah.
Vidal walks slowly, his head swiveling in every direction before just yelling out into the trees. He tells the departed men that they forgot their antibiotics and their lottery ticket. Why don't they come back and get it? It might just be their lucky day. He holds the tincture high up before bringing it back down in anger and climbing back on his horse. Without a word, he takes off and all of his soldiers obediently follow. But as they depart, a man watches stoically from up on the hill. Pedro, played by Roger Casamejor, stands defiantly while the other rebels gather around him.
this felt like a sweeping hero shot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, at least we have the opposing force.
Right.
Yes.
I do real quick want to talk about an article that I read from James Howie from the University of St. Andrews.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote an article about this, and it was very interesting because the way that he put it, and I didn't think about it until because we all do research and whatever, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. But you saying that about the rebels and then him being at the camp and taunting them and whatever. The article talks about the juxtaposition from the same way that the frog is a parasite to the tree. Vidal is also a parasite to Spain and the people that are there, with the way, he's doing under the Francoism of what was going on then. They were making the people around that were just innocent there have to bend to like their will and all that. And he was also, this whole time, they were a parasite to the people in Spain.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of, I guess, a parallel what he was trying to draw between the frog and what was going on with the camp.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. But inside the tree, Ophelia, mud-streaked and adorned with bugs, continues to crawl down the impossibly long corridor. But she comes to a stop when she hears a strange growling behind her. She turns slowly and she sees it, blocking the way she came. The giant toad. Its eyes blink loud and wet within its giant face.
This thing is disgusting.
Yeah.
Just on sight. And I'm watching this, and again, I understand that she has to go through these trials and these tests and everything.
Mm-hmm.
She only has milk and honey on her stomach.
Yeah.
And she's got to fight this toad before dinner.
Yeah.
And we'll learn later, again, remember, she only has milk and honey on her stomach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do like the way the frog is gross, but he looks really cool.
Yes.
True.
Its glands flutter with each breath as it keeps its gaze firmly on Ophelia. She gives it a gentle hello and introduces herself as Princess Moana, following up with the fact that she is not afraid of it.
I love that she's embraced.
Yeah. Clutching the stones to her chest, she asks the toad if it isn't ashamed of living down here, eating these bugs and growing fat, all whilst killing the tree. A bug slithers across Ophelia's cheek, and in response, the toad lashes out its giant tongue, hitting her cheek and snatching up the bug, leaving behind a thick layer of slime when the tongue retreats. It goes back into the toad's mouth just as quickly as it left. Thinking quickly, Ophelia gathers up another bug in her mud-slick hands, mixing it with the magical stones. The toad roars so severely that it sends Ophelia's hair flying back with the wind. Spittle flies out at her, and when the toad closes its mouth again, a thin layer of drool sways from its lips. Ophelia looks down at her hand, where the bug blends in with the stones, having defensively rolled itself into a ball. She holds it up and calls out to the toad, who licks its lips hungrily. And when Ophelia holds out her hand, the toad's tongue engulfs her entire fist, bringing all its contents back into its mouth.
Like hiding a pill in a piece of cheese.
Yeah.
As Ophelia looks down at her slimy hand with disgust, the toad immediately begins to retch. Its maw opens wide as it agonizingly vomits up its own giant gelatinous bug-speckled stomach. It plops on the ground, and having been rid of it, the toad promptly deflates.
I just realized, based on what JP was talking about with this toad possibly being a representation of Vidal, this isn't the only time that Ophelia hides something in something that someone wants and devours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Yeah. That's good, man.
That's really good. Damn. Okay. There, stuck to the stomach with a thick glue of slime, resides the key. Ophelia pulls it free and marvels at it. This scene is so cool.
Yeah.
It was really interesting for me to learn that this is not how it was conceived to be at all. This was a backup plan.
Really?
Yeah. So they had constructed this huge set where Ophelia and the toad were supposed to... It sounds really funny. They were supposed to physically fight each other.
Oh my God. Battletoads. All right.
Yeah. the toad was going to jump around the space and move. It was going to be like super mobile and like it was going to be wild. But Guillermo Del Toro said that he was worried that the puppet would be too heavy to be bouncing around the set.
Yeah.
But that DDT was like, no, it's going to be fine. It arrived and it was too heavy. So the set was this huge opening with a giant dripping amber candelabra hanging from the ceiling. Now it's useless. And Del Toro said without being able to have that movement, you're going to have this giant chamber, this beautiful candelabra, this tiny girl, and a toad that can't move. He was like, so it's up to me. Do I want to sacrifice the scene to shoot for the beauty and the set, or do I pivot? And so he pivoted. The confrontation that we see takes place in a tunnel that was just supposed to be Ophelia crawling through it to get to that chamber with the amber candelabra.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
This was not where they were supposed to confront each other at all. She was like supposed to basically meet it in its den, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just the path.
This is just the path to that room. So Guillermo del Toro was like, but if we change it to do it here, that toad is going to look huge because the tunnel is so small.
Yeah.
So it went from Ophelia winning physically to Ophelia winning by her wits. But the toad went from being mostly practical with a little bit of CG to mostly CG with a little bit of practical because the puppeteer could not even properly move because the space was so cramped. But they said they shot clean plates and used the toad puppet when they could and CGI when they couldn't. And I'm not like, well, that was it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it speaks more to Ophelia and her ability to kind of circumvent a situation, tricking this toad into eating these stones rather than like, what did she beat his ass and shit?
I was just going to say it would just work so much better, especially with what we've set up with Ophelia.
Yeah.
Yes.
She is this very intelligent person, and just to have her go there and kick a toad's ass, it just wouldn't hit the same.
It does feel a bit weird.
It's hilarious.
It is if she goes in there and she's like, what you got? What you got? What you got?
Yeah.
And now
I'm all
Like,
out
no.
of bubble
Yeah.
gum. It's like, what is
The
this?
toad's like, what?
get out.
Yeah, no.
When Ophelia finally exits the tree, it's fully nighttime. Both she and her underdress are filthy with mud and slimy saliva.
This was one of the cuts that he pointed out as far as this giant differentiation between these worlds, because you see that when she's there with the toad, it is bathed in that gold color.
Yeah.
And then the second she gets out, it is the bluest night you've ever seen.
Well, you're
Okay,
like,
yeah.
fuck. It immediately even just the lighting, you're like, how long were you in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that does make sense because I just thought that. I was like, damn, it's getting late. But
Yeah.
no, you're right.
Her hair is stiff with filth, and when she goes to the branch to retrieve her beautiful new dress and bow, it is nowhere to be seen. Thunder rumbles loudly in the sky as Ophelia looks around, her breath quickening. Finally, she spots it, strewn aside on the ground, just as filthy and muddy as she is. As soon as she picks it up, the clouds let loose with a torrential rain.
The second we got that shot of that branch, I was like, I don't want to see what happens
Yeah.
from this.
How do we explain that?
You can't.
I outwitted a toad.
Yeah.
Mom, listen.
No, I've got this key. Listen.
Wait.
I kicked the toad's ass, Mom.
You should be proud of me.
Right?
Back at the mill, Vidal consults his cracked watch as he stands with his soldiers waiting beneath umbrellas. When he looks up, cars arrive, and Vidal goes to one of the open doors. He holds an umbrella over the mayor and his wife, played by Juanjo Cucalon and Lina Mira, as he escorts them to the mill. In the dining room, plates, silverware, glasses, water pitchers, and candles are meticulously set. Mercedes brings Carmen in her wheelchair, and Carmen questions her. Has she checked in Ophelia's closet, the garden, the barn? Mercedes assures her that she has, and when Carmen ponders where her daughter could be, Mercedes doesn't have an answer. Vidal comes in with the mayor's wife and the doctor's wife, played by Mila Espiga, and introduces them to Carmen, who greets them warmly. At dinner, standing at the head of the table, Vidal informs the group of the new imposition of one ration card per family. He hands them to the priest, played by Francisco Vidal, who takes a cursory glance before passing it along to the mayor and helping himself to food being served by Mercedes. There's something so extra sinister about them making these calls about rationing food for these people while they're stuffing their fucking faces with in excess of food. Like, they're being served with trays. Like, it feels it hits too close to home, I think.
Yeah, and I heard on commentary that it was very obviously intentional to kind of have this to where it's showing this opulence at this table.
Yeah.
And at a time when food incredibly scarce.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even now are people who don't have to worry about money making decisions for poor people. You know what I mean? Like it shit don't change. You know what I mean?
There's a definite parallel with this to something we see later.
Yes.
That is so incredible.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about it very quickly just to say, as not only the framing of certain shots, but the set design is almost echoed completely.
I didn't even pick up on it until my second watch, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. And Del Toro put it plainly. He said, look at it this way. You have a dining room, you have a table surrounded by food, and a monster at the head of that table.
Yes.
And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did want to say as well, because the design of the fireplace is one of the things that is echoed later, but I forgot to mention that Caballero, the production designer, also won an Academy Award for his work in this film.
Oh, nice.
Again, as should be. Yeah. But the mayor worries that the one ration card won't be enough, and the priest is sure that if the families are careful, it will be. Vidal agrees, citing his reasoning that they can't allow anyone to have extra food to send to the men in the mountains. Mercedes listens carefully, but quietly, as he details that they're losing ground and one is wounded. Dr. Ferrero respectfully asks Vidal how he can be so sure, and Vidal tells him, holding up the tincture of antibiotics that they found when they almost caught the men today. This quiets the doctor's questions, but he gives Mercedes a worried look. I was like, don't look at her, don't look at her.
Yeah.
It was stressing me out.
Doctor's like, well, I'm going to switch tincture shapes. I know that.
Yeah. I got to go throw up real quick. I'll be right back.
I could not even...
No.
Yeah, bad.
No.
Fuck.
I don't know how spies or double agents even...
They don't have anxiety.
Oh.
Yeah.
They don't have anxiety.
Well, then I can never.
Yeah, no. I'm out.
Yeah.
She maintains a blank expression, though. The priest offers the consolation that God has already saved all of their souls, so he doesn't care what happens to their bodies.
That is disgusting.
What?
Disgusting. The mayor assures Vidal that they will help in any way they can because they know he's not here by choice. After a pause, Vidal informs him that he is wrong about that. He chose to be here because he wants his son to be born, in his words, in a new, clean Spain. He continues that these people hold the mistaken belief that they are all equal, but they're forgetting the fact that the war is over and they won. He concedes that if they have to kill every single one of, in his words, the vermin to settle it, then that is what they'll do. And that's all there is to it. This is very much giving the monologue at the beginning of Inglourious Basterds.
Yes.
It set me on edge.
Yeah, I said it earlier, and I knew it. I was like, "You're a fucking Nazi."
Yeah.
I knew it. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, "That's crazy shit you're saying right there."
Mm-hmm.
Fuck Nazis.
Fuck
Yes.
Nazis. I will say, anytime Del Toro referred to this group, he simply just called them the fascists.
Well, that's what they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah. But holding up his glass of wine, he toasts that they are all here by choice. The rest of the table holds up their glasses, echoing the sentiment. By choice. But Mercedes is in the kitchen, grabbing her shawl. She tells Jacinta and Paz to put the coffee on while she goes to get more wood. They look at her nervously as they tell her they'll take care of it. It has stopped raining outside, and Mercedes uses her lantern to light her way as she makes it past the soldiers still standing around the cars. She nervously glances over her shoulder as she steps to the tree line. Holding up her lantern, she runs her hand over the light, sending a signal to unseen eyes in the forest. But she stops when she sees Ophelia coming down from the woods, filthy, shivering, and clutching her giant book. Mercedes places a kind and concerned hand under the girl's chin. Back at dinner, the mayor's wife asks Carmen how she and Vidal met. Vidal looks annoyed by the question, but Carmen places her hand over his. She tells the other woman that Ophelia's father used to make the captain's uniforms. After he died, she worked at the shop, and a little over a year ago, she and Vidal met again. Vidal's expression shows no warmth as he pulls his hand away from his wife's to pick up his wine and take a drink. The mayor's wife muses that it's so curious that they found each other again, and the doctor's wife giggles as she agrees. Vidal sets his glass down roughly, apologizing for his wife's behavior. He tells the rest of the table that Carmen hasn't been exposed to the world, so she thinks her silly stories are interesting to others.
She was asked, firstly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Secondly, there was a vibe that I picked up on that I arrived at independently, but Del Toro did talk about on commentary, and it is this ambiguous idea of the possibility that Vidal killed her husband.
Okay.
Because the way that he pulls away, it's like, I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to talk about this love story of you two meeting? How amazing you two found each other again. It's not amazing at all if he set this up and did it all.
Yeah.
I never thought that.
Well, he doesn't seem like a lovey kind of guy.
That's also true.
I thought he was like sending her flowers and like writing her poems and stuff because he seems like that kind of guy.
Oh.
No, yeah. I was just, you embarrassed me in front of fucking everyone.
Oh, yeah.
When I was, like you said, answering a question I was asked.
Mm-hmm.
And then what pisses me off further is he's like, oh, you know, she's fucking uncultured swine. She thinks she's interesting.
Yeah.
And the other women are like, we understand.
Yeah.
You asked me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have flipped the whole fucking table and then probably gotten killed right after it. But I would have done it.
They would know how you felt.
Yeah.
You made a point.
Mhm.
Yes. But Carmen's eyes are lowered and out of focus. Vidal takes a bite of his food and shoots her a bitter look. Mercedes interrupts the awkward moment by quietly reporting to Carmen that Ophelia is here. Carmen turns to Vidal and excuses herself, prompting the entire table to stand as Mercedes takes her away. As they sit back down, the civil guard captain informs Vidal that he was acquainted with his father. Vidal had no idea about this, and he sits down and begins to eat quickly as the other man continues. He just seems so uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But the civil guard captain continues that it was in Morocco. He only knew him briefly, but he tells Vidal that he left a great impression on him. Vidal comments that he was an excellent soldier, but the civil guard captain isn't finished. He says that the men in his father's battalion said that when he died on the battlefield, he smashed his watch on a rock so that his son would know the exact minute of his death and that he can know how a brave man dies. The other men look on, awaiting Vidal's response, but as he takes another bite of food, Vidal tells him that that's nonsense. His father never owned a watch.
Which we all...
Yeah, dude, jump in the fireplace, man. God
Literally.
Just lean your chair back a little.
Yeah.
Little.
I really am thinking about this differently as we're talking about it, and I wonder if that line is his opposition to the entire idea of these fairy tales. Because that feels like a legend. This feels like a story that's told.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, none of that's true. It's nonsense.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, well, and it is true, too.
Oh, it is.
So it's
Yeah.
just like a willful, like, no.
Mhm.
Or selfishness to be like, no, that's mine. Like, you don't get to know about that. I don't know. I don't know the motivation because we've seen you carry it and consult it and wind it and clean it and fucking live in it for the whole movie.
Yeah, dude, you've been making love to that watch since we first saw you.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was weird for him to say he was a good soldier.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck does that mean?
Maybe that's all he was that was good.
Not even a good man.
Yeah.
Damn.
But it does, I feel like, set up that kind of symbol, at least for Ophelia as well, his opposition to these things.
Yeah. Upstairs, Carmen sits in her chair next to the bathtub where Ophelia soaks. She tells her daughter that she is very upset by what she's done, and when she's finished in the bath, she can go to bed without dinner. Without dinner.
Yeah.
Ophelia doesn't respond, and when Carmen asks if she's listening, she gives a small nod. Carmen laments that she doesn't know if Ophelia will ever learn to behave. Ophelia plays quietly with the bubbles as her mother tells her that she's disappointed in her. Carmen turns in her chair to leave, adding that her father is too. Ophelia speaks up from the tub, asking if she means the captain. Carmen tells her that she does, and he is even more disappointed than she is. Unseen with her mother's back turned, Ophelia's face breaks out into a small, satisfied smile as she sits adrift her bubbles.
She's cool as hell.
Yeah, I know. But now that she's alone, the fairy, veiled as a stick bug once again, flies down and lands on the rim of the tub. In a whisper, Ophelia confides that she got the key. The bug chitters, and Ophelia quietly invites it to take her to the labyrinth. The bug flutters its wings in agreement as we dive down behind it and become lost in the darkness below. When our descent is complete, we find Ophelia walking down the stairs of the well, holding the toad's key to her chest. Ophelia stands at the center of the secret room and looks ponderingly at the statue of a horned man presiding over two others, perhaps a girl and a small baby. Now in its true form, the fairy flutters around, alerting Ophelia of the fawn's presence. As he steps out of the shadows, munching on something in his hand, his movements seem to come with more ease now. He tells Ophelia that the statue is of him and her, and when she asks about the baby, he changes the subject quickly, pointing out that she was able to get the key. He leans into her, sharing that he's glad. The green fairy lands on his finger, and when the fawn brings his other hand close, the fairy snatches a piece of the food and munches as well. It's getting down.
It is. I will say that it's making me uncomfortable because that's just flat out meat.
It was meat.
Raw meat that they're eating.
Meat, yeah.
It looked a little like jerky.
Maybe.
But also Ophelia's like, you got any more of that shit?
Yeah, because I've only had milk and honey.
Quick reminder.
I feel like seeing them being so like carnivorous, and there's a moment coming up in a second in this conversation that I'm like, I don't know if I trust you.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I think I know exactly what line you're talking about because I was like, I'm nervous. The fawn commends that the fairy believed in Ophelia from the very beginning, and she's so glad that she was able to succeed. The fairy launches off into the air and skitters away to the fawn's delight. He turns back to Ophelia and cautions her to keep the key because she will be needing it very soon. He hands her a little piece of chalk and informs her that she'll be needing this as well. As she takes it from his grasp, he strokes her hair and reminds her that she has 2 more tasks to fulfill and that the moon is almost full. He runs a finger along her chin and bids her to be patient. He promises that soon they will stroll through the 7 circular gardens of her palace. Ophelia asks the fawn how she can be so sure that what he's saying is true, and the fawn responds with a bid for sympathy. Why would a poor little fawn like me lie to you? He uses a finger to trace an invisible tear running down his cheek, but he emits a lower rumbling purr as his teeth are bared in a strange smile.
Yeah, my only note is the fawn's a liar.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm very worried about this fawn at this point.
You're tricking me, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's really scary. Ophelia turns and walks back up the stairs, leaving the fawn to gaze after her and the fairy to soar through the room in loops. Her climbing the stairs and the stance that the fawn is in, how he's turned and looking, it looks so fucking good.
Yeah.
In the morning, Vidal uses his key to open the storeroom. There's a line of hungry people waiting to be fed, and after a quick glance inside, Vidal allows the soldiers to proceed. They impatiently call out to the line to have their cards ready for inspection. Mercedes, Conchita, and Paz enter the storeroom with baskets and come out with the baskets filled with bread wrapped in a thin paper bag. When asked for his name, the man in the front of the line dramatically introduces himself as Narciso Peña Soriano as he takes his hat off. I thought that this man was going to come into play later because he ate it up.
Yeah.
We never see him again. The civil guard captain takes a package of bread out of Mercedes' basket and alerts the crowd that this is the daily bread in Franco's Spain, kept safe at this mill. As Mercedes hands out the bread, she does not seem to take pleasure in what is being said.
Del Toro talked about this being a real practice at the time, where the bread was handed out, but on the wrapping of the bread is basically written propaganda.
Yeah. Well, he's reading from it.
Yeah.
It's but when you're hungry enough, and you're desperate enough, that's how, like, even with cults, when you enter a cult and they're like, oh, well, we're only going to eat once a day and it's only going to be, that's a red flag.
Yeah.
When you're hungry, your shit is, you're very susceptible.
Mm-hmm.
You're starving.
Yeah.
As Ophelia quietly slips out of bed where her mother still sleeps, the civil guard's voice continues. The Reds lie because in a united Spain, there is not a single home without fire or bread. Ophelia creeps to the bathroom but glances back at her mother when she lets out a pained moan in her sleep. And again, there is potentially rough pregnancy-related content coming up, so just a warning there. Protect your mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Carmen's face is pulled into a grimace and her skin is shiny with sweat. But Ophelia ignores this and continues to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Leaning against the tub, Ophelia opens the Book of Crossroads, imploring it to show her what comes next. The page is blank at first, but a deep red begins to imbrue the pages. It takes a uterine or maybe horned form. Ophelia's head jerks up at the sound of her mother's sharp moan once again, and when she looks back down at the thick pages, the red has spread, covering everything.
There is a scream heard here on the soundtrack that is not a part of the scene, but is just a part of the growth of blood on these pages.
Yeah.
Del Toro said that it was influenced by a song on Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Oh,
Okay.
The way that the soundscape kind of takes over, he wanted to emulate that here.
Oh, yeah.
that's cool. Afraid, Ophelia slams the book shut and takes in shaky breaths. When she hears a clattering coming from the bedroom, she stares forward. Carmen's shaky voice, barely above a whisper, calls out for her, and she drops the book on the ground, forgotten, as she steps back into the bedroom. In the bedroom, Carmen uses the bed to support her as she walks. Music mounts, and Ophelia is terrified to find that below her mother's swollen belly, her nightgown is heavily drenched in blood. Carmen holds a bloody hand out to her daughter and asks weakly for her help. Ophelia rushes to her.
This is harrowing, terrifying.
Yeah.
I feel like it's something about Ophelia knowing of this through the book before it happens.
Yeah.
That is something that is very important,
Yeah.
I feel.
Well, and even as the audience being like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
knew what it was, even if Ophelia doesn't. Outside, Vidal consults his cracked watch, but is distracted when Ophelia comes running for him, calling out, "Captain, Captain!" As the civil guard captain repeats his propaganda, Ophelia begs Vidal to come with her, and the two run back toward the mill. That evening, Vidal stands with Ferrero in the entrance to the storeroom as rain pours in front of them. Silhouetted against the evening sky, the doctor tells Vidal that Carmen needs uninterrupted rest. She will have to be sedated most of the time, and Ophelia should sleep somewhere else. Ferrero assures Vidal that he will stay here until the baby is born, but Vidal gives him a heavy command with the simple sentence, "Make her well." He tells him that he doesn't care what it costs or what the doctor needs. Make her well. Meanwhile, Mercedes, Conchita, and Paz make up a smaller bed in the attic for Ophelia. She stands by glumly, and when Conchita and Paz leave, she quietly sits on the bed. Mercedes stays behind, readying Ophelia's pillow, but once the girl sits, she places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She tells Ophelia not to worry, that she'll see soon that everything is going to be fine. Having a baby is just complicated. Her voice choked with emotion and her eyes brimming with tears, Ophelia makes up her mind then and there. Then I'll never have one. Mercedes sits next to Ophelia and gently strokes her hair. Abruptly, Ophelia turns to her and asks, "You're helping the men in the woods, aren't you?"
We all agree. Ophelia is very smart, very intelligent, very observant.
Yeah.
She's been here 2 days and she's already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, again.
This should be a wake-up call.
Yeah.
We need to get it together. I feel like, again, though, and it's something that's touched on later, I don't think that Vidal sees
Right.
any of these people as anything but subservient to him. He's not going to suspect them because they're beneath him and they wouldn't fucking dare. That's what I think.
So it's able to kind of allow for
Yeah.
a little clumsy
Because
map peeking.
Yeah. At dinner when he's like, oh, I found antibiotics, the doctor's like, Mercedes, they found her antibiotics.
And he just like, and so anyway, he just keeps talking.
Mercedes' hands immediately fall away from Ophelia, and her expression shifts from concern for the child to stone-cold fear. Her breath catching, she starts to shake her head, but quickly abandons the lie. Lowering her eyes, she asks Ophelia if she's told anyone. Ophelia promises that she hasn't. She doesn't want anything bad to happen to her. She rests her head on Mercedes' chest. Mercedes holds her close and tells her back, "Nor I to you." Ophelia asks if she knows a lullaby, and Mercedes admits that she only knows one, but she doesn't remember the words. This doesn't bother Ophelia. She just wants to hear it. And so Mercedes obliges, rocking the child back and forth as she hums, low and sweet.
And it's the lullaby.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm like we said earlier, I'm glad that Mercedes is here for Ophelia, but god damn, this is so fucking sad that they're both in this situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just, you can feel how helpless they feel in this scene. And it's like, god damn, dude.
Both of them.
Yeah, she's scared. She's like, I'm not going to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you too. That's it.
Yeah. That's all we have.
Yeah, that's it.
You have the support, but you also have the stress, the pressure,
Yeah.
the impending,
The humming continues as we see Mercedes quietly creep into the dark kitchen. Using her hands in the low fire clinging to life behind her, she finds a loose stone in the floor. She pulls it up and takes out a letter and a small cylindrical package. She puts them in her bag, but the music turns ominous when someone out of focus enters the kitchen behind her. With a gasp, Mercedes turns around, but it's only Ferrero. And lucky for fucking her, it was only Ferrero.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very scared in this moment. I thought it was going to be the thing that we dislike a lot about a lot of films, where something is introduced and then within the next scene, it's already...
Yeah.
I was like, please don't already.
Yeah.
But thankfully, and for many reasons, thankfully.
Yes. He assures her that it's only him as Mercedes rises to her feet. She asks him sincerely if he's ready, and when he tells her yes, she says, "Let's go." As they wade through the water in the forest, Ferrero tells her that this is sheer madness. When Vidal finds out, he's going to kill all of them. When he asks if she's thought about that, Mercedes asks why he's so afraid of him, but Ferrero admits that it's not fear, at least not for himself. Mercedes shushes him, listening intently to the sounds in the trees. When Pedro makes his presence known, he comes straight to Mercedes. She holds his face in her hands, nearly in disbelief, before embracing him in a tight hug. With relief, she says his name. Pedro, my brother.
Again, with Vidal, it's like, you didn't vet her at all
No.
Yeah.
during this hiring process. Your brother's the leader of the rebels.
Yeah. No shit.
We're not going to ask any follow-up questions.
No.
She steams a good ham. That's all I need to know.
When they were going through the water, I was like, why isn't everybody going? All of you guys get the fuck out of there. The dude's a fucking monster, man.
Yeah.
And this shot is repeated
Yeah.
Yeah.
in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
In Ophelia's room, as she slumbers, the fawn saunters to her bed, his body creaking and his hooves knocking against the floor. His movements are loose now, and his hair has taken on a deeper tone.
I did not expect to see him in this environment.
No!
You're in the bedroom?
She went to the well. The fairy
Yeah.
took her to the well in the first place.
Yeah.
Even after she does the first task and gets the key, she has to tell the fairy, take me back to the labyrinth. He's like, nah, I make house calls now. He's like, things are a little different.
He's like, I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah. He looks better.
He does.
That was another thing about him too, is you see him getting more vibrant. They had talked about the people from DDT said that typically a fawn is half deer, half human. Guillermo Del Toro told them, I want him half deer, half human, half forest.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And it's so, you know, he looked like a fucking tree when we met him.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about this piece, I had forgotten to mention as well, they won David Martí and Monsi Ribe from DDT.
Mm-hmm.
They won the Academy Award.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And I mean, deserved is an understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The work that they did is unbelievable. But when Ophelia sits up to look at him, he tells her that she didn't carry out her task. Maybe that's it. It's like, you fucked up, so now I need to come to you.
Oh,
okay.
You got tired of waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ophelia lowers her head, admitting that her mother is sick, but the fawn bats this away with a harsh wave of his hand. He tells her bitterly that that is no excuse for her negligence. He presents her with the mandrake root, a plant that wished to be human. He hands it over to Ophelia, who takes this strange chubby root. She sniffs it and grimaces, and the fawn instructs her to put it under her mother's bed in a bowl of warm milk. Each morning, she should give it 2 drops of blood. Clasping his strange hands together, the fawn cautions her to hurry because they do not have time to waste. The full moon will be upon them. Handing her his satchel of fairies, he tells her to take his pets with her because she is going to a very dangerous place. She needs to be careful. He warns her that the thing that slumbers there is not human. The fawn hands her an ornate hourglass and says that there is going to be a sumptuous feast, but he cautions her not to eat or drink anything. Absolutely nothing. Thrusting a cautionary finger at her and peering with eyes that look a little less cloudy, he says, your life depends on it.
Ooh, sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I did very quickly want to talk about this mandrake root because Guillermo del Toro said that the tail of the mandrake root comes from them growing beneath the gallows and men who are being hanged and dying, ejaculating at the point of hanging and the semen falling on the mandrake root.
I think we could have lived without knowing any of that.
Wait, what?
I mean, I've heard about being well hung, but
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
right.
a new meaning.
in the woods, Mercedes follows Pedro and his crew into a cave, while Ferrero follows behind, lugging a doctor's bag. Unloading her bag, Mercedes tells them that she brought brandy, tobacco, and cheese. She even has some mail for them. I was like, girl, you took Vidal's tobacco? Ooh. Ferrero, meanwhile, is more concerned with Frenchie, played by Gonzalo Uriarte, who reclines, reading a book with a small blanket draped over his leg. Rolling up his sleeves, Ferrero inquires about the leg, to which Frenchie replies that it's fucked up. It's like, all right.
I mean,
He's like, I don't know what to tell you. The doctor starts to lift the blanket to see just how fucked up it is. Stutterer, played by Ivan Masagwe, reads from a newspaper. Through his stutter, he reports that British and Canadian troops embarked on a small beach in the north of... But when he struggles to get out the word France, Trigo, played by Chani Martin, takes the paper from him, saying France with ease and calling him a stuttering idiot. As Trigo continues to read that Dwight D. Eisenhower's 150,000 soldiers give us hope, Ferrero inspects Frenchie's leg, where it appears a large chunk of his shin has been eaten away. Frenchie winces at the doctor's gentle touch, and when he asks if it's really that bad, Ferrero tells him regretfully that there is no way to save it. The men gather around Frenchie, and Mercedes supplies him with liquor, as Ferrero quietly opens his large bag and takes out a bone saw. Frenchie takes a long drink from the bottle as Ferrero positions the saw above his leg. He promises to make it as few cuts as possible, and clutching Mercedes' hand, Frenchie nods bravely. The doctor brings the instrument down, but before he can begin sawing, Frenchie calmly asks him to hold on just a moment. He takes one last longing look at his leg, bidding it a silent goodbye before allowing Ferrero to continue. The doctor takes a moment to strengthen himself before beginning to saw, and we watch as it crunches down into the bone just below Frenchie's kneecap.
What a fucking G, man. He knew the assignment.
Yeah.
He understood. Let me get one last look at my leg.
He did.
Go right ahead, Doc.
And the restraint as well for what is shown.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me a lot of what you said earlier about the violence and all of these things needing to serve a dramatic purpose.
Yeah.
As opposed to just being just put on screen.
Yeah.
It's like his consolation. I'm going to do this in as few cuts as possible. But it's like, there's no way to get around what I'm doing.
No.
I'm just going to, it's just, ugh.
No. One thing that was mentioned on commentary was that their hideout is supposed to put you in the mind of the environment at the bottom of the well.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And so it's supposed to kind of subtly hint at the fact of this group having their own magic.
All right. You know what this kind of did too, what I thought about? It reminded me of Game of Thrones with the dude. I'm so sorry I can't remember the character's name. I remember he has the fire sword and he has an eye patch on.
Oh, yeah.
And they were in a cave when he was talking to the Hound.
Oh, yeah.
And that kind of reminded me. I was like, oh, they were in a cave too. Fucking had their little setup there.
They were.
Yeah.
But we immediately cut to Ophelia sitting on her bed, consulting the Book of Crossroads. A drawing appears on the blank page before her. There is a strange man, his ribs exposed and his frail body, and merely the suggestion of eyes and an open mouth bearing sharp teeth. He holds each of his arms in a big circle. Under one, a little girl in a pretty green dress draws a door with a piece of chalk. Under the other, the door opens and the girl is turned toward it. Below this depiction, there are 3 buttons and the girl presses the middle one. Ophelia reads the appearing words, informing her to use the chalk to trace a door anywhere in her room. Ophelia drags the chalk against the wall, creating a door, and we hear her continue to read. As soon as the door opens, she needs to start the hourglass. She is advised to allow the fairies to guide her. Before Ophelia's eyes, the chalk outline begins to sizzle and depress into the wall. The book warns her not to eat or drink anything during her stay, and that she must come back before the last grain of sand falls. The ritual having worked, Ophelia slides the magical door open.
Firstly, just the visual of this is just incredible to watch.
Yeah.
I feel as well this eat or drink is very, very reminiscent of Alice in Wonderland.
Absolutely.
Just like the dress was, we said.
Yeah. I mean, even her like going in the rabbit hole, so to speak.
Yeah.
And this, hallway kind of representing the fall. Like it's there. It's there. She sticks her head through, looking down a hallway with red textured walls and stone columns lining it. She places a chair inside to help her climb down before she turns the hourglass. As the sand begins to count down her stay in this strange new area, she grabs the fawn's satchel containing the chittering fairies. Ophelia steps down into the hallway and takes a nervous glance back at the hourglass, where the sand is rapidly pouring down.
They had mentioned as well just this difference between the two worlds is really apparent in this shot.
Mm-hmm.
The blueness where the hourglass is and this red, organic, vibrant fairy tale world.
Yeah.
She exits the hallway and finds herself in a banquet hall. The fawn did not undersell the sumptuous feast. The long dining table is cluttered with meats, fruits, desserts, drinks, anything Ophelia could desire. She walks down the table set for a banquet and finds sitting at the head of it, the Pale Man, played by Doug Jones. The Pale Man sits with both of his hands flat on the table in front of him. His fingertips come together in blood-red points, and a plate containing only 2 small orbs sits untouched between them. His pale and sagging skin is bare and exposed. 2 small holes sit in the center of his misshapen face above a small but agape mouth. He is as still as a statue, and Ophelia looks at him with a mixture of wonder and horror. She picks up the plate in front of him and discovers the orbs to be 2 plucked eyes with red irises. She handles this well because, bitch, I'm sorry. I don't know what you wanted me to find down here, but I'm not finding it.
Yeah, we got a little bit of that timer sand left.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and double back.
Let's regroup.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but if I come down here and I find Mitch McConnell sitting like that, fuck this. No, I'm getting out of
No.
here. I wandered into the wrong hallway.
My name's Paul.
Yeah.
She peers up at the walls around them, all adorned with paintings of the Pale Man terrorizing children, eating them and stabbing them. Ophelia's breath quickens and her eyes fall to the floor, where a mound of tiny shoes are thrown together. So this very much made me think of the shoe pile. I know that there was one at Auschwitz.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, sadly, at the other places as well. But this absolutely made me... There's no way that this wasn't a reference to that.
Yeah.
He mentioned intentionally evoking this imagery on commentary.
Okay. Because it's there.
Yeah.
And in the book, they talked about the Pale Man because Del Toro had said that he could see him being kind of a symbol for organized militia and military, and also for religion. And I've heard him say on more than one instance that it is straight up I don't know how thinly you want to call the veil, but criticism of the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Which damn.
Yeah.
But in that book, they talked about the Pale Man having been human before.
Really?
And that he was always very sick and depraved. And when he was young, he killed his own brother. And when he was older, he was enlisted by the church to aid in torturing people during the Spanish Inquisition. And he used a gold-handled knife.
And
Became a murderer of children. And the older that he got, the more that he kind of became featureless and became this monster that was relegated down here. But I was like, he was a human that tortured people during the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He did say on commentary, Del Toro as well, the kind of paintings that almost appear stained glassy
Yeah.
in their own way, and the eyes in the plate are both kind of references to church and organized religion. The eyes he had mentioned were a reference to Saint Lucy, and he had said that he saw this statue of her so much when he was a child, but if I'm not mistaken, she plucked her eyes out to avoid marriage, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
Huh.
And so this is kind of a reference to that, and then there is something that is very much a reference to religion that comes up in a moment regarding the Pale Man's hands.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I arrived at that independently.
Hey.
But Ophelia opens the satchel, freeing the fairies for their guidance, and all three rush out, red, blue, and green. They lead her to a wall with 3 keyholes set into it. It was funny because I watched them film part of the scene, and Guillermo Del Toro has one of the green fairy on a stick, and he's flying it around the air for Ivana Baqueta to follow over to the thing, so she knows where to look. It was cute.
I didn't even realize, but red, blue, and green, 3 of the colors of the different worlds.
Oh,
yeah.
But the fairies very enthusiastically point at the one in the center. Ophelia pulls out the key that she retrieved from the gluttonous toad and slides it into the center keyhole. Suddenly, though, she realizes that it's not right. She moves over to the left keyhole, certain that this is it, and when she slides the key in, it clicks into place. In the magic doorway leading back to her room, the sand continues to count down, but with this small door open with the toad's key, Ophelia sticks her hand inside blindly. She pulls out an ornate dagger. The fairies seem ready to go now, but when she walks back to the table, they follow her. One whimpers when she gets too close to the Pale Man and buzzes off. Ophelia can't help herself but to look at the food displayed on the lavish table. She looks at a stack of grapes, still beaded with fresh water. The fairies shake their heads and motion with their hands, squealing as they beg her not to do this, but she bats them out of the way. And in her defense, these are the most beautiful grapes I have ever fucking seen.
No joke.
She plucks one from the bunch and after a moment of consideration, plops it into her mouth and crushes it between her teeth. Immediately, the pale man's horrible hands twitch to life. His nails tap delicately on the wooden table as he opens his mouth to suck in a deep, desperate, rasping breath. Eric continues to wheeze in and out of him as he blindly picks up one of the eyeballs from the plate. He turns his hand over, revealing a stigmata-like hole in its center. But it's an eye socket, which readily accepts the red irised eye that he places into it. Once he's done with both hands, he raises them to his face, splaying his long fingers wide as his eyes take a look around and he screeches.
The senator from Kentucky has the floor.
But still distracted by the grapes, Ophelia eats another, fighting with the squealing fairies as they try to warn her. The pale man gets to his feet and moves with jerky and unsteady steps as he holds his eyes up to his face. Ophelia finally turns to see him when the fairies dive bomb him. He has to bat them away, momentarily losing his sight, but he is able to snatch the red one and the blue one out of the air, holding one tight in each hand. He bites the red one's head off before doing the same to the blue. As he devours the rest of them, greedily licking his hand, Ophelia flees. Having dispensed the two fairies, the pale man raises his eyes to his face once again, splaying out his fingers, his mouth messy and streaked with the fairies' blood.
These bites that devour these fairies, it was a direct reference to, like we were talking about earlier, Francisco Goya.
Yeah, Saturn devouring his son.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see it.
Oh, yeah.
For the pale man get up, Guillermo Del Toro had the sculptors make an old man that's lost a lot of weight.
Okay.
So they made it, and Guillermo Del Toro was like, take the face off and do it again.
All right.
Yeah. So they sculpted the body pieces and they separated them all into different parts, which again, Doug Jones really appreciated, like with the fawn.
Mm-hmm.
But the arms are completely made of silicone with different densities so that they jiggle and move at different rates so that they do look like hanging skin.
Okay.
But the legs are made out of pure foam. So in painting it, they had to carefully try to make it look cohesive and make the silicone not look too transparent and the foam look just translucent enough.
Yeah.
But those marionette legs.
Yeah.
They are, again, Doug Jones's actual legs are green and they were just taken out. But this strange drooping body on these stick legs, it's just so striking and horrifying. That obviously is his real mouth with fake teeth in it. And again, he can see out of the corners of the nostrils. That is all of the vision that he has.
Unbelievable.
And so he said like his right eye can kind of see a corner of the left nostril and his left eye can kind of see out of a corner of the right nostril. So even when he takes it off, he said his eyes would have trouble like focusing because he'd been kind of crossing them the whole time they were filming.
I just...
Well, you got to see.
He's a master. He's a master. As Ophelia rushes into the hallway, he follows behind her. His sagging skin jostles as he thrusts out a hand. His needle-like teeth are bared and the blood drips down his chest as he lets out a piercing screech. Ophelia sprints down the hall, but is horrified to see the sand reaching its end. Despite her begging, the door slides firmly shut. She bangs on it, but we see on the other side in her room that the chalk has dissolved and the wall is merely a wall again. Ophelia stashes the dagger in the satchel and grabs the chalk out of her coat pocket. She brings it to the wall, but it snaps in half. One piece falls to the floor, but she still grasps the other in her hand. That last remaining fairy, the green one, comes racing toward her, squealing out a warning with the pale man right behind her. He stumbles into view, thrusting out his horrible hands and allowing the eyes to see her. But Ophelia thinks fast. She draws the chalk outline on the ceiling instead, climbing to the very top of the wobbling chair. She's able to push up, causing a new door to open in the floor of her bedroom instead of the wall. The fairy flies up, and Ophelia grabs the edge of the door, pulling herself up into the room. her nails scratching desperately against the smooth wood of the floor. The pale man continues down the hall and finally reaches her, but when he grabs out at her legs, he is just a fraction of a second too late. Ophelia pulls herself up into the room and slams the door. The door in the floor magically seals itself back up, but she can still hear the thudding from the pale man below. Ophelia sits on her bed, catching her breath as the green fairy flies over and lands on her shoulder.
Everything about this sequence is perfect.
Absolutely.
The pacing, the music, the urgency, the tension. It is frightening. It is so well done. I love it.
Yeah.
I do too, but I do have a problem here. My thing is this. Ophelia went down there. She was told about the rules. I do understand her being hungry and everything. She even disobeyed the fairies to pick the right locker and find the dagger. So upon leaving, I understand, but even the fairies are telling you, no, don't do that. And she still eats something.
Yeah, but she's like, you were wrong about the logs.
Yeah.
Right. But to me, I take it as you knew what was right. That's why you picked the other locker.
Which couldn't inform you to say, I know what's right here. You were wrong about that.
Yeah.
It is
Right.
like foreshadowing a different kind of disobedience.
But they weren't.
No.
Yeah.
They were not.
Like, we're right sometimes.
Yeah. I'm just disappointed in her.
No,
Yeah.
but it's difficult because it's like, you're sitting there walking around in a fucking fairy tale dining room with nothing but 2 days of milk and honey on your belly.
Yeah.
You're going to want one of those delicious looking grapes.
They looked so good.
Yeah, I get it.
Now I want some grapes.
No, and I'm not even a grape guy.
I am. I'm a grape guy.
Grape is the best.
Not grape flavored.
No.
Grapes.
Red wine. I did hear something pretty amazing on commentary that Del Toro shared. He said that he screened this film in New England.
Okay.
And when he was there, someone was seated next to him during the premiere, squirming and completely terrified of this sequence. It was Stephen King.
When you said New England,
Yeah.
I was like, Stephen King?
Yeah.
He said this was the single greatest screening experience of his life, and it was comparable to having won an Oscar.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But how's he afraid of that? He made Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
that is a much
That's
more
terrifying.
cinematic.
experience. I did want to talk very briefly about the Pale Man's movements. Because like I had said earlier, Doug Jones was like, he'll let you go. If you're doing it, he's not going to say anything. If it needs work, he's going to be like, hey, let's talk for a second. So he said this was the first thing that they shot. I don't know if it was period or as the Pale Man, but he said that it was the first thing that they shot was the scene where he chases Ophelia down the hall.
Okay.
So he said that he somehow misunderstood the direction. And he thought that the Pale Man was supposed to be flailing and disjointed. And so that's what he did, running down the hall, kind of all over the place. And Guillermo Del Toro was like, come here real quick.
Well, you're putting me in the mind of Dr. Zoidberg.
Oh, yeah. He's like, don't make that noise again.
No.
Yeah, don't do that. But he was like, come here real quick. He goes, look, think a George A. Romero zombie.
Okay.
That's the Romero.
Yep.
Okay.
And Doug Jones goes, I know exactly what you mean. And that was it.
And it's perfect.
And once
is.
you know and you watch it, you're like, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
Back in the woods, it's daylight now, and the bright flurries dance around the trees once again. Pedro walks with Ferrero and tells him that they're going to receive enforcements of at least 50 men, and that's when they'll go face to face with Vidal. The doctor isn't as confident. He asks, what happens next? Vidal is killed, and they'll just send another just like him, and then another after that. As he washes his instruments in the river, he mutters that they're screwed. They don't have a safe shelter. They don't even have guns. He says that they need food and medicine. Pedro stands behind him silently taking these admonishments, and then Ferrero stands. He tells him pointedly that he needs to take care of Mercedes, and if he really loved her, he'd cross the border with her. His voice rising in anger, he implores that it's a lost cause. Pedro speaks back calmly that he's staying here because there is no other choice. He walks away from the doctor to Mercedes. When he tells her that she has to leave, she hands the storeroom key over to him. She warns him not to go now because that's what Vidal will be expecting. Pedro smiles in gratitude, kisses his sister on the cheek, and wraps his arm around her. But Mercedes isn't smiling. She confesses that she's a coward, and when Pedro disputes this, she doubles down. She is a coward for living next to Vidal, for doing his laundry, for feeding him, for making his bed. She asks sincerely, what if Ferrero is right and they can't win? Pedro doesn't have to think long for his answer. Then at least they'll make things harder for the bastard. Sometimes that's all you got.
Yeah.
Back at the mill, while the soldiers march outside, Vidal shaves his face with a straight razor while listening to lively music. He glances down at his cracked watch, whose ticking grows louder and louder before returning to his own face in the mirror. The lively music gives way to tense strings as Vidal brings a razor to his reflection and with a look of distaste drags the razor across the mirror.
What's all that about?
Yeah.
Oh, boy's going through it.
Yeah.
But like he should.
Yeah, good.
Fuck
Go
him.
all day. All
Yeah.
day. Fuck you. Sorry.
No, fuck this guy. In Carmen's bedroom, she lies in her bed, sleeping fretfully and covered in sweat. Ophelia checks on her, clutching the mandrake root. She goes to a tray and pours a pitcher of fresh milk into a bowl. When she places the curled root inside, it stretches and unfurls itself. Its likeness is undeniably human, compounded with it copying Carmen's exact movements as she tosses and turns in the bed behind them.
This thing is adorable, and it did remind me a lot of the Jin Jin's mascot.
It is
That's
adorable.
what it is.
It is.
That's exactly what it is. I read that they had two mandrake puppets. They had a little one that was posable and then a chubby one that was just like kind of in the fetal position that couldn't be moved. So Cafe Effects had Ivana Baquero shoot this 2 times. One was using the chubby puppet that couldn't pose
Okay.
and putting it in there. And then obviously they were supposed to take over and watch it unfurl and stuff and toss and turn. The other one was using a potato with tracking marks on it. And they would be able to just completely take out the potato, add in the mandrake root, doing exactly what they needed it to do.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they showed the 2 shots to Guillermo Del Toro. He likes the one with the chubby mandrake better because he thinks that Ivana Baquero is looking, her eyeline is better and the acting is better. So the dude from Cafe Effects is like, now we got to figure out how to take this chubby puppet, have it, take it out and replace it with the digital one that can move because it cannot be posed. So, I mean, they did.
Yeah.
And it looks really, really good.
It does.
Ophelia raises the bowl with shaking hands as the root thrusts its arms out to her and it squeals lightly. Ophelia crawls under the bed with the bowl, and in the covered darkness, she bites her finger hard enough for it to bleed. The root breathes heavily and squeals as it greedily slurps up Ophelia's blood. But Ophelia is scared still when heavy boots appear next to her mother's bed, accompanied by the loud ticking of a pocket watch. But it's only Ferrero who checks on Carmen. Excitedly, he whispers for Vidal to enter the room, and when the captain does, the doctor reports that he doesn't know how it's happening, but Carmen's fever is down. So that was immediate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is lending, for me, credence to my idea
Yeah.
of this film.
Your
because-
opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vidal asks if she still has a fever, and the doctor concedes that she does, but since it's going down, that means she's responding well. Ferrero smiles, but Vidal has another order for him. If it comes down to a decision, Ferrero is to save the baby, not Carmen. The baby boy will have his and his father's name, and that is who should be saved. Under the bed, Ophelia closes her eyes, wounded at the captain's words, but the 3 of them are all distracted by a loud booming outside.
This dude.
He's a monster. He doesn't care about her at all.
Not at all.
Hell no.
Vidal rushes outside and stands among the clustered soldiers, watching as multiple explosions rise up from the distant trees. In Carmen's room, Ophelia crawls out from under the bed. She places her head on her mother's pregnant stomach and makes a plea to her baby brother. She warns him that things aren't so good out here, but he's going to have to come out soon. She says that he's made their mother very sick and she needs him to do just one favor for her. Don't hurt her. Her eyes wet with tears, she tells her brother that he's going to meet her and she's very pretty, even though sometimes she's sad for days at a time. But when she smiles, he's going to love her. She tells her brother that if he does what she says, she'll make him a promise too. She'll take him to her kingdom and make him a prince.
This is so sweet.
Yeah.
So sincere and so sad.
Yes.
Yeah.
That evening, as the storm clouds gather and thunder booms overhead, Vidal and his men inspect a derailed train. The train driver, played by Fernando Albizu, says that he sounded the whistle, but they wouldn't move out of the way and he couldn't stop in time. Hurrying to keep up with the captain, he says that the fireman and himself were able to jump and make it out just in time. He tells the soldiers to look at the mess that was made, but when Vidal asks the fireman, played by Pedro G. Marzo, what was taken from the cargo, he answers that nothing was. They didn't even open any of the cars. They took nothing. Vidal is in disbelief, but the fireman maintains that it's the truth. He can't imagine what they wanted other than to waste their time.
This is a brilliant distraction.
Yeah.
Yes.
I couldn't believe this, and this is just a credit to the digital effects.
Mm-hmm.
But in this scene, the sky, completely CG.
Oh, really?
Yes. And only the first train car is real.
Shut up.
Yes, everything behind it is a digital matte painting.
Get out of here.
That is crazy.
Could not believe it.
Yeah, I don't.
No.
I still don't believe it.
Yeah, you're a liar, T.
I'm sorry, guys.
Vidal turns his head and his expression begins to sour, but his realization is interrupted when more explosions go off in the trees behind them. When Vidal and his men return to the mill, it is pouring rain. The soldiers are firing into the trees and grenades are going off, exploding their vehicles. When a soldier tries to report that the men came out of nowhere, Vidal pushes him out of the way. The explanations fall on deaf ears as he makes his way directly to the storeroom, where the doors are standing open. But still nestled in the door is the lock, hanging open from being properly unlocked with a key.
Come on, man.
I know.
Take it with you.
Yeah,
like,
that.
You know?
Just take it down.
As he clicks the lock shut, Serrano and Garces stand behind him, reporting that a small group took cover on a hill and they have them surrounded. Vidal tests the lock, pulling it apart, but it doesn't budge. Without a word, he removes his coat and puts his hat on. He joins the men in his pursuit of the rebels on the hill. Using the trees for cover, Vidal and his soldiers fire at the men. Looking over at Serrano, shielding himself behind a tree, Vidal shoots over the gunfire in the rain. He tells Serrano not to be afraid. This is the only decent way to die. He looks down at his cracked watch, absorbing the lesson his father taught him in his death, and steps out from the tree. He fires, and just as he runs out of ammo, a soldier behind him is shot in the head and killed. Vidal hides behind a tree to reload. He pushes forward, continuing to fire and hide until the men on the hill grow silent. They advance on the hill, shooting the collapsed bodies on the off chance that they're still alive. Behind a rock, Vidal finds two young rebels, played by Inigo Garces and Fernando Tilve. These are the guys from Devil's Backbone.
Okay.
Right. So, again, I really want to...
Yes.
Yeah.
The second one is dead, and the first clings to life, covering his neck with his hand. After tossing the man's gun away, Vidal pulls his hand off, demanding to see the wound. The young man gasps as he reveals the gunshot wound in his neck. Vidal asks if he can talk, but the man is struggling to even take in air. Fed up, Vidal stands and raises his gun. The man weakly pushes the gun away, but Vidal shakes his hand off and points it at his head again. This is repeated multiple times, with the young man finally leaving his hand over the barrel. Vidal fires anyway, shooting through the man's hand and into his neck. Once the young rebel is already dead, he fires two more shots into him. Garces turns his back on this and struggles to shoot the bodies in front of him. Vidal is in the background, telling Serrano that it's useless because these men can't talk, but Garces finds one alive. Vidal and Serrano come over and stare down at the unseen rebel, who Garces says has been shot in the leg. I don't know, maybe this is me doing too much, but this reminds me of like in several Tarantino films when they're like looking down into the trunk and we can't see who's in there.
Yeah.
Because we can't see who it is. And they're looking down like, this one will talk. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah.
And when the rebel keeps trying to move his gun, the sound of the metal and just it's devastating. Like it sucks.
So I was interested in see the type of gun he was firing, Vidal, because it almost looked like a German pistol. So I wanted to see, and I went, and then looking for it, I got sidetracked. And I learned that a lot of the muzzle flash and the smoke and everything was added later to the guns.
What?
Yeah, I never would have guessed, and it just threw me for a loop, and I completely forgot to look for the gun he was using because that's crazy.
It looks so in the moment. That is hard for me to even believe.
Yeah, you like would not believe it at all.
Yeah.
The only reason that I even knew anything about it is because of what Del Toro mentioned on commentary.
Okay.
He said that the region that they were filming in Spain was undergoing a like historic drought.
Ooh.
And so the use of squibs or any kind of blanks
That makes sense.
could possibly ignite.
Yeah.
And so they even brought in a lot of the greenery we see in the film. If you look, he said just a little bit off camera, drought.
Oh my God.
Damn.
So what we see, this vibrant, lush area, is really a result of the production design.
Damn.
And allowing to give it this appearance that it did not have at the time.
Yeah.
And later, when we experience some fire, or at least this implication that an area is burning,
Yeah.
it is orange light and people running in front of it
Wow.
with like black screens.
Get out of here.
There is never any fire because they can't do it.
That's crazy.
The creativity in that, though,
Yeah.
it's really incredible. And again, sometimes stuff like that can take you out of it because you're like, oh, you know, this. I never in a million years, the way that the smoke rises, like I never would have guessed that was not happening in that moment.
Yeah.
Back at the mill, Conchita hurriedly tells Mercedes that they've taken one of the men alive and they're taking him to the storeroom. They join Jacinta and Paz standing in the door, but Mercedes hurries past them, walking out into the rain, whispering her brother's name. She stands in the open doors of the storeroom, trying desperately to see the face of the man that's been hauled in. Vidal comes up behind her, and Mercedes thinks quickly, telling him that she needs something inside the storeroom. He tells her not now and to move away from the door, but she continues peering inside. The soldiers remove the captive man's hat, and he looks up, revealing himself to be the stutterer. He looks longingly at Mercedes, standing in the doorway, but Vidal swings the door shut, separating them. It cuts to black, and the door thuds. In the kitchen, Mercedes works dazedly with the other women. She is mindlessly slicing potatoes, and Jacinta has to tell her that she's done enough. Staring ahead, she cleans her knife and folds it into her apron, as she always does. Conchita comes in with a tray of milk and a pastry. She offers to take it upstairs, but Mercedes takes the tray from her absently, turning and walking toward the stairs without a word. Once upstairs, she sets the tray down next to Dr. Ferrero, who is mixing up a dose of medicine for Carmen. Carmen is awake now. She looks weak, but she lays in bed with Ophelia playing cards. Ferrero brings her the medicine, half the dose of what she usually takes, but she tells him that she doesn't think she needs it. She said, "I'm feeling much better now." No, but she's feeling better.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Ferrero admits that he doesn't understand how it's happening, but he's glad. He leaves with the medicine, and as Carmen and Ophelia turn their attention to the cards, our focus is on the tincture of medicine left behind. Back in the storeroom, Garces ties Stutterer's hands in front of him as blood drips from his mouth in a thin line. Vidal smokes a cigarette as he eyes their prisoner with disgust. He walks over to him, musing at how good the cigarette is since real tobacco is hard to find. He brings the cigarette towards Stutterer's lips, but the captive man struggles out his response. Go to hell. Vidal mentions to Garces that they were finally able to catch one, and he turns out to be a stutterer. Turning his back, he says that they'll be here all night. But with a shrug, Garces reasons, as long as he talks. Garces hands something over to Vidal, and when Vidal sets it down on the table, the stutterer startles at its heft. Garces starts to go through it, and the metallic sounds resulting are worrying. Vidal places the cigarette between his lips as he unbuttons his shirt. He agrees with Garces, telling the prisoner that Garces is right. He would do better to just tell them everything. He assures the young man that to make sure that happens, he's brought along a few tools, just things you pick up along the way. He picks up a small hammer. Holding it up, he tells Stutterer that at first he won't be able to trust him, but after Vidal uses this hammer, he'll own up to a few things. He holds up a pair of pliers. He continues that once they've moved on to this one, they'll have developed a bond as close as brothers. Presenting a blade, he promises the stutterer that once he's moved on to this, he will believe anything the stutterer tells him. He approaches the captive man and presses the hammer against his chest. He brokers a deal. If the stutterer is able to count to 3 without stuttering, Vidal will let him go. The stutterer's eyes flit to Garces, who stands behind Vidal, staring intently. Vidal cautions him not to look at Garces and to only look at him. There is no one above him. He asks Garces that if he says this asshole can leave, will anyone object to him? Garces agrees that no one would oppose Vidal. The stutterer could leave. Vidal takes another drag from his cigarette and whispers to the younger man, inviting him to count to 3. Shaking with effort, the stutterer clearly says, 1. Trying with all his might, sweat beading on his face and his body shaking, he clearly says, 2. Vidal commends him, reminding him that just 1 more and he's a free man. The stutterer musters up everything he has and tries again, but when the beginning of 3 comes out in a stammer, he begins to cry. He looks up at Vidal, who consoles him with a shame, before bringing the hammer down hard across his face. It cuts to black.
I don't think he was even going to let him
Never.
go.
No.
He's full of shit.
The pure cruelty of this.
Yeah.
And I agree 100%.
And now whatever you're going through, in the back of your mind, you have yourself to blame.
Yeah.
When he was never going to let you go in the first place.
No.
Like that, he's a fucking monster. He's horrible. In Ophelia's room that night, the fawn wakes her once again. Calling her Your Highness, he tells Ophelia that her mother is doing much better. She must be relieved. Ophelia thanks him, but admits that things haven't turned out so well. She hands the satchel back to the fawn, saying that there was an accident. That's a little bit of an understatement because 2/3 of his pets are dead.
Mm-hmm.
The fawn takes the satchel back and opens it. The green fairy flies out and lands on his shoulder, chittering her strange language directly into the fawn's ear and pointing straight at Ophelia.
You tattletale. Dude, I got us both out of there. I got 2 of you killed.
Yeah.
Her sisters were eaten in front of her.
But still.
But where are you right now?
Yeah.
You got to live in the box. You got more room in the box.
Pointing an accusing finger at Ophelia, the fawn roars that she broke the rules. Ophelia says that it was only 2 grapes and she didn't think anyone would notice. She hands the dagger to the fawn and he snatches it away harshly. He tells her that they've made a mistake. She's broken the rules and she can never return. Beginning to cry, Ophelia repeats that it was just an accident, but the fawn yells at her that she can never return. He reminds her that the moon is full in 3 days, and now her spirit will forever remain among the humans. She will age like them. She will die like them, and all memory of her will fade with time. And with that, they will vanish too. Backing up into the shadows, the fawn parts with the rageful promise that Ophelia will never see them again. He crouches, disappearing from view, and Ophelia stands, ashamed, at the side of her bed as it fades to black. In that interview with Doug Jones, first of all, that shit was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough. You're gonna fucking die, and now you've killed us. He went left.
After all we've been through, you can't let two grapes slide?
No.
Apparently not. But in that interview, Doug Jones said that this was the hardest scene that he filmed in the entire film. He can barely see out of the fawn's tear ducts. He is walking backwards on stilts. He is delivering an emotional monologue. He's delivering it in Spanish, a language he does not speak. And when he backs up into the shadows, he can't bump into anything, and then he has to crouch down out of sight.
Good Lord.
He said that everyone literally applauded him when this scene was done because they were like, how the fuck did you do that?
Well, yeah.
And thinking of all those components, like, dude, and he makes it look like nothing. Like, you're watching it and you don't realize how difficult that must have been, but it must have been so difficult.
Yeah.
All you're thinking is narratively.
Yes.
It's like he's pissed. He's mad, dude. Outside, Vidal rinses the blood from his hands in the falling rain. Ferrero comes over to him, escorted by Serrano under an umbrella. Vidal apologizes for waking the doctor so early, but tells him that they need his help. In the storeroom, Ferrero takes his things out of his kit and goes over to the stutterer, who sits on the floor cradling his right hand. Vidal watches intently from the doorway, as do Serrano and Garces from under their umbrellas in the rain. When Ferrero inspects the stutterer's hand, he sees that Vidal has pulled out his middle finger completely from his hand, from down below the knuckle. Guillermo Del Toro said he wanted the stutterer's hand to give you the willies.
It does.
And
Yeah.
it does. He and the stutterer both look down at this. The stutterer's face swollen and bleeding and blood trickling from his mouth. Astonished, the doctor asks what Vidal has done to him. Vidal snidely replies, "Not much, but things are getting better." As he speaks, something from inside the doctor's open case catches his eye. He reaches in and pulls out a small, clear glass tincture containing antibiotics.
I just sunk.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's just devastating.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, fuck, he's putting two and two together.
yeah.
Yes.
And you watch him just.
Yes.
Yeah.
From behind his back, he eyes Ferrero and comments that he's glad he has him around because it has its advantages. He slips the tincture into his pocket and walks out into the rain, taking Garces with him and telling Serrano to stay behind. With Vidal gone, the stutterer whispers that he talked. Not much, but he talked. Ferrero whispers his apologies, but the stutterer makes a plea, as impassioned as he can in his weakened state. "Kill me. Kill me now. Please." The doctor stares at him, his breath catching in his throat. Meanwhile, Vidal storms into his office with Garces close behind. As Garces wipes the rainwater off of himself, Vidal sticks his hand into his desk drawer and pulls out the antibiotics he found at the campsite. He reaches into his pocket and pulls the one he just took out of Ferrero's bag. He holds them up and finds them to be identical. He mutters, "Son of a bitch."
Isn't it possible everyone gets their tinctures like this?
Yeah.
We're living in a certain time that I think tinctures just come in one style.
Everyone shops at
No
Tinctures
shit.
Are Us. And that's all they fucking have.
Right? Shop smart. Shop
Yeah.
S smart.
In the storeroom, Ferrero draws an amber liquid into a syringe, and with a shaking hand, he holds it over the stutterer's arm. He hesitates, looking down at the injured man. The stutterer wraps his hand around Ferrero's and pulls it toward his arm, causing the needle to break his skin. He continues to squeeze the doctor's hand as he administers the mercy. He raises his battered face to the doctor's, as Ferrero promises that this will take the pain away. The stutterer winces as he pulls the needle out, and he closes his eyes and lets out a long sigh, leaning his head back onto the post behind him. Dr. Ferrero assures him that it's almost over. Vidal walks into the mill with a sour expression. When he hears a clattering upstairs, he tells Garces to keep an eye on the doctor and he'll be right there. In Carmen's bedroom, Ophelia picks up the tray she's dropped and crawls underneath the bed. As Vidal suspiciously climbs the stairs, Ophelia whispers to the mandrake root in the bowl. She tells it that it's not moving anymore and wonders if it's sick. Suddenly, she's pulled out from underneath the bed and pulled roughly to her feet by Vidal. He squeezes her shoulders, demanding to know what she was doing down there. When she doesn't answer, he shakes her, and when she's still silent, he gets on his hands and knees and looks under the bed himself. Outside, Garces goes over to Serrano, who stands outside the storeroom with his back to it. He tells Serrano to call him, and when Serrano doesn't know who he means, Garces smacks his chest, calling him an imbecile. He means Ferrero. When he walks into the storeroom, the doctor turns to look at him, still holding the syringe in his hand. Next to him, still leaned against the post, the stutterer has slipped away into a merciful death. In Carmen's room, Vidal pulls the bowl of milk and the mandrake root out from under the bed. When he sniffs it, he has to suppress a gag. That thing must smell wild, because that's everybody's reaction.
So it was supposed to be added 2 drops of blood a day, right?
Yeah, every morning.
Is this the effect of not adding the blood this morning?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
I was almost like, is the fawn like, I'm done. Like, the mandrake root doesn't work anymore. We're not going to come visit you.
Dude,
like, you fucked up.
That's not fair.
It's not, but the way he left.
I kind of figured that the root was just kind of done because it wasn't moving. So I was like,
maybe.
Did it help?
Well, she is better. I mean, she's not all the way, but she was playing cards and she wasn't even conscious before.
That is true.
When Vidal looks at Ophelia angrily, she trembles. He holds the dripping bowl in front of him as he seethes. Looming over Ophelia, he demands to know what this is. Ophelia shakes, and when she's unable to answer, Vidal reaches into the bowl and snatches the root out, holding it up and squeezing it. Ophelia begins to scream, begging him to stop, and this finally wakes Carmen. She asks him to stop, and the captain thrusts the root at her, telling her to look at what Ophelia was keeping under the bed. Carmen recoils, but Vidal drops it into her hands and wipes his own as he walks away from them. Carmen holds the root out to Ophelia, asking what this is. Ophelia begins to cry as she admits that it's a magic root that the fawn gave her. From across the room, Vidal chimes in that this is all because of the junk that Carmen lets her read. He tells her to look at what she's done. Carmen sweetly asks that he leave them so that she can talk to Ophelia, and still upset, he departs. Alone now, Ophelia confesses that the fawn told her that it would help make her mother better, and it did. Carmen implores that Ophelia needs to stop all this and listen to her father, but Ophelia refuses, sobbing as she wraps her arms around her mother. She tells her that she hates it here and begs for them to go somewhere else. Carmen pulls her daughter away from her and refutes that things aren't that simple. She tells Ophelia that she's getting older now and she'll soon see that life is not like her fairy tales. She walks over to the fireplace, warning that the world is a cruel place and Ophelia needs to learn that, even if it hurts. With that, she tosses the root into the fire. Ophelia begins to scream and Carmen whips around, fed up. She grips her shoulders, stressing that magic doesn't exist, not for her and not for anyone. But the root begins to squeal in the fireplace, and Carmen winces in pain as her hands shoot to her pregnant belly.
Magic sure seems real now, huh?
Sure does. A little bit. Ophelia looks past her where the mandrake root flails its chubby limbs and screams as the flames engulf it. The pain becomes too much for Carmen, who slides to the ground. As the mandrake root withers and curls in on itself, Ophelia screams for help.
You had mentioned before something that I didn't notice, which was the mandrake mimicking Carmen's movements in the bed. Mm-hmm. Is it the other way around?
Maybe, because it's like they were tied to each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vidal is back in the storeroom, though. As Serrano and Garces watch from under their umbrellas in the doorway, he looks over the stutterer. The doctor is putting his things away in his case when Vidal asks why he did this. Ferrero answers that it was the only thing he could do, but Vidal presents him with another option. He could have obeyed him. The doctor concedes that he could have, but he didn't. Vidal closes the gap between them slowly, telling the doctor that he knows it would have been better for him had he listened. He feigns misunderstanding and asks, "Why didn't you obey me?" Dr. Ferrero replies that obeying just like that, for the sake of obeying, without questioning, is something only people like the captain can do.
I wanted to applaud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bravely, the good doctor gathers up his case and walks out of the storeroom. He continues forward in the rain, but Vidal steps out right behind him. Without a word, he draws his weapon and fires. Ferrero is struck, but he continues to move forward, taking his glasses off and pinching the bridge of his nose as he stumbles. A red spot blooms on his white shirt beneath his carefully knotted tie, and the doctor finally falls. He and his glasses are pelted with rain as Vidal, Serrano, and Garces approach. Somber piano begins to play as Vidal looks down at the doctor with disgust before simply sliding the gun into his waistband. Conchita and Jacinta hurry over, huddled beneath a single umbrella. They call Vidal over, and when he hears what they have to say, he commands Garces to call the troop paramedic immediately.
What a dumb bitch. You just shot your only real doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was all because you felt slighted.
Yeah.
And I understand the whole thing with the vial or whatever.
Yeah.
The tincture.
Yeah.
But I feel like even so, you can't deal with that later.
Yeah.
You know that he's going to come back. You know that he doesn't know that you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you have no self-control,
No.
and you are so egotistical and selfish.
Yeah.
Well, even the hunter and his son, he was like, "Be quiet, be quiet." He talked again. He fucking killed him and his father.
Yeah.
It was about, you're disrespecting me. You didn't take your hat off. You're talking when I'm telling you to be quiet. Like
He sucks.
he
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
He sucks.
And the doctor knew. That's
Yeah.
He felt very emboldened in this moment because he's like, this is
This is it.
Yeah.
Inside, Ophelia and Vidal wait on a bench in the hallway, sitting on opposite ends. Vidal sits straight and pensive, and Ophelia cries. In her bedroom, Carmen whimpers and sobs from her place in her bed. Jacinta and Mercedes hurry to remove her blood-stained sheets. The paramedic, played by Mario Zorrilla, brings his hands to a basin where Conchita pours hot water on them to clean them of blood. Jacinta hurries away with the sheets, and Mercedes, her hands stained red, as well as streaks across her face, neck, and apron, closes the big doors to the bedroom. In the hallway, Jacinta rushes past Vidal and Ophelia with the bloody sheets. Ophelia can't take her eyes off the woman, even when her mother's screams abruptly stop and the weak crying of a newborn replaces them. The paramedic steps out into the hall, and Vidal immediately stands and walks over to him. The paramedic reports emotionlessly, "Your wife is dead." Vidal reacts just as emotionless, turning and walking into the bedroom. Ophelia finally turns her head toward them, left alone in the hallway when the paramedic follows the captain inside. She rises to her feet, crying, as she walks slowly to the bedroom, alone.
There is just so much sympathy for Ophelia.
Yeah.
This film is just putting her through so
Yes.
much
Yeah.
that it is difficult to even watch sometimes.
Yes.
Mhm.
And this scene is so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That was the same thing. I was like, man, this poor girl. You're sitting there, you hear that, you're seeing that, you have to witness this shit.
Yeah.
And the just tactlessness.
Yeah.
She's dead.
Yeah. And then the tragedy of the last conversation she had with her mother
Yeah.
to dispel
Ugh.
all the magic from your life.
Yeah.
It's just like, geez, man.
Later, the priest speaks at Carmen's funeral, assuring the guests, including Ophelia and Carmen's crying newborn nestled in Vidal's arms, that the essence of the Lord's forgiveness lies in his word and his mystery. He gives us the message, but it's our job to interpret it. And when we finally open our arms, all the earth takes in is a senseless and hollow shell. Mercedes places consoling hands on Ophelia's shoulders from behind her. Ophelia packs her things from her mother's bedroom as the priest's eulogy continues, and just as he says that in God's infinite wisdom he puts the solution in our hands, Ophelia thoughtfully picks up her mother's medicine from the tray. As she glances at her mother's empty wheelchair and a cluster of crows pass by the window, the priest finishes. And because only in his physical absence is the place he occupies in our souls reaffirmed. Ophelia leaves the room. Later, in Vidal's office, Mercedes cradles the new sleeping baby before placing him carefully and gingerly into his bassinet. As she turns to leave, Vidal questions the fact that she knew Dr. Ferrero very well. Mercedes evades the question, saying that everyone here knew him. Vidal continues as he casually strolls over to his desk that the stutterer said that there was an informant here at the mill. He asks if she can really imagine that it happened right under his nose. She stands with her back to him, stunned to silence, but when he invites her to sit across from him at his desk, she obliges. He pours a drink, presuming that she must think he's a monster, but she tells him that it doesn't really matter what someone like her thinks. I love that she wasn't like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
She's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
Because you are.
Yeah. He drinks, but Mercedes keeps hers close to her chest. When he tells her that he wants her to go to the storehouse and bring him more liquor, she sets the glass back down on the desk and agrees, bidding him goodnight. This is another thing, too, that I'm just now noticing talking about it. When he told her to drink the coffee before, she did.
Yes.
Now he's pouring her a drink and she doesn't bring it to her mouth at all.
Yeah.
I think she's done pretending.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She stands and turns to leave, but Vidal asks her if she isn't forgetting something. Mercedes doesn't understand, but eyeing her, Vidal plunges his hand into his desk drawer and holds up what he's talking about. The key.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about that shit too. And then I was like, oh yeah, he's supposed to have the only one.
You're not supposed to have
Yeah.
He asks if it's true that he has the only copy. She says yes, but he stands, saying that there's one thing that's been bothering him. The day the rebels broke into the storeroom with all their explosives, the lock itself wasn't forced. He dismisses facetiously that it's probably not important. He holds the key out to Mercedes, but when she takes it, he doesn't let go. Instead, he wraps his own hand over hers, and ominously, he cautions her to be very careful. Mercedes takes the key, tells him goodnight, and hurries out of the room. With her gone, he puts his music on. Meanwhile, Mercedes hurries down to the kitchen, removes the stone in the floor, and hurriedly gathers her things. Once finished, she hurries to Ophelia's room and wakes her up, telling her softly that she's leaving tonight. Ophelia immediately begs Mercedes to take her with her, and Mercedes reasons that she can't, but she promises to come back for her. Ophelia hugs her tight, begging once again to go with her. We cut to both Mercedes and Ophelia exiting the mill. I was like, yes!
Yeah.
Mercedes opens an umbrella to shield them from the pouring rain. They move through the trees, but Mercedes stops, sure that she's heard something. They pause for a moment, and although she looks around, Mercedes assures Ophelia that it's nothing and they're okay. But when she turns, we see that previously hidden behind the shield of her umbrella is Vidal and his men. His expression is cold and all-knowing, and he greets Mercedes and Ophelia by name as Ophelia shrinks against her friend.
So this is like a dark echo of the shot previously.
Yeah.
When it was the rebels that she met up with. And there was something mentioned whenever the dinner party just began earlier, and they greeted the incoming party with those big black umbrellas.
Mm-hmm.
Del Toro said it was very important for him for those umbrellas to cast like a menacing kind of a feel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He said almost like a bat's wing opening up.
Oh, all right.
And so I wondered if that was kind of foreshadowing to
This moment.
Yeah.
All right.
I also feel like this is a good place to point out the parallels between Ophelia and Mercedes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And how Mercedes is kind of her surrogate mother, and the fact that they are more alike than her and Carmen.
Yeah.
He kind of talked about Mercedes being an adult version of Ophelia and Ophelia being a young version of Mercedes, who still believes in fairies and magic, but they both have this defiance and this bravery and this strength in them.
And I think you do see like the almost like the birth of a revolutionary when she's so stoked about having pissed off the captain.
Yeah. Vidal drags Ophelia into her room and shakes her by her shoulders, demanding to know how long she's known about Mercedes. When Ophelia doesn't answer, he slaps her across the face.
That's why you don't take your family around Nazis and pieces of shit like that.
Yes, that's why.
I know there were circumstances, whatever, that Carmen, you know what I mean? Whatever was going on. But man, and that's one thing I know and will never take away from this movie. The emotion that it makes you feel during certain times, you want to reach through the TV and fuck this dude up.
Yes.
And it's just demonstrating more and more as it goes on. He never once saw her as family.
No.
Ever.
No. I don't even think he saw Carmen as an incubator.
Yeah.
He didn't care about her or her well-being or anything. But he shakes her again, demanding to know how long they've been laughing at him. He calls her a little bitch before telling his guards to watch Ophelia. And if anyone tries to get in, they're to kill her first. He exits the room, leaving Ophelia to hold her face and sob. She's a little girl, just a reminder. As the day breaks, Garces restrains Mercedes in the storeroom. Vidal looks over the contents of her bag, the meat and the tobacco. He tells her that if she would have just asked for these things, he would have given them to her. When he gets to the letters, he hands them over to Garces, demanding that whoever wrote them be brought before him tomorrow. Unbuttoning his shirt, he tells Garces that he can go. Garces glances at Mercedes, asking if he's sure, and Vidal chuckles at this, assuring Garces that Mercedes is just a woman. Garces leaves, and Mercedes comments quietly that that's just what Vidal always thought. That's why she was able to get away with it, because she was invisible to him. Vidal grabs her face, musing that she found his weak point, his pride. He abruptly lets go of her, pulling his suspenders down as he walks over to his instruments of torture. He tells her that it's her weakness that interests him more. He holds up the small hammer that he used on the stutterer. He tells her that it's very simple. She'll talk. He just needs to know that everything she's saying is the truth, and he has a few things here to make sure of that. As he rifles through them, Mercedes pulls out the knife that she keeps folded in her apron and begins to saw vigorously at the ropes binding her hands in front of her. The foreshadowing of this and the way that the audience knew that she had this is brilliant.
Yeah.
So many times.
Yes, we all saw it, and it wasn't like, look, she has a knife. It wasn't like that, you know?
Well, because when she's using it for her job, for what she's supposed to be doing.
And you understand why she keeps it like that.
Yeah.
He picks up the pliers, beginning to detail the stages of confession, just like he did with the stutterer. But before he can finish, a knife is stabbed into his shoulder blade and roughly pulled downward. Vidal is taken by total surprise, reaching over his shoulder and marveling at his own blood on his hand. But when he turns, Mercedes stabs him in the chest. He falls to his knees, and she swiftly slides the knife into his gaping mouth. Stretching his cheek with it, she informs him that she is not some old man. She is not some wounded prisoner. She warns him to not dare touch Ophelia because he won't be the first pig she's gutted. With that, she drags the knife outward, bisecting Vidal's cheek in two, just like he kind of did to his own reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Vidal falls on his hands and knees, cradling his face, and Mercedes exits the storeroom.
A goddamn legend.
Yes!
Yeah. I will say I wish she would have just finished this bitch ass off.
I knew you were going to say that.
Just get rid of him.
She stabbed him in what I thought was the heart.
I thought it was his heart,
Yeah,
too.
I was like,
too.
dude, she murked this
You
dude.
did it.
Yeah, but he kind of,
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
She quickly wipes and folds the knife into her apron and keeps her head low, hiding the blood sprayed across her face with her hair. She strolls right past Garces and Serrano, but Garces is busy listening to the winning lottery numbers, checking that ticket they found in the forest earlier.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Yes.
The payoff. of
Yes.
that. No pun intended.
When Serrano brings his attention to the fact that Vidal let Mercedes go, he shushes him at first. When he finally snaps into action, he calls out to Mercedes, who quite guiltily quickens her pace. Garces draws his gun just as Vidal comes stumbling out of the storeroom, holding his bloody cheek and demanding they bring Mercedes to him. He screams at the soldiers to get her, and we see the mess she's made of his face, his mouth extended further into his cheek. Music mounts as Mercedes springs into the trees. When she stops to catch her breath, she hears the horses gaining on her. She continues to run, her hair falling unbound, but when she runs into a clearing, she is quickly surrounded by the soldiers on horseback.
So on commentary, Del Toro spoke about his aspirations to make a Western.
Okay.
But the only thing standing in his way is the fact that he seems to hate horses. Like, he was talking about how often the actress who plays Mercedes is replaced by a stunt actor.
Okay.
In this sequence, which you would never guess or suspect.
No.
But he said there's one point where a switch is made and he calls it out and he says, and I quote, "I would never put the actress right there in front of one of those nasty psychopathic fucking animals." I was like, oh my God.
Tell us how you really
I
feel
was going to
about
say, how do you really feel?
And he went on to say more. That's just one quote.
Oh my God. Without a word, Garces dismounts. In an act of futility, Mercedes brandishes her knife at him. Garces isn't alarmed. He tells her that it will be better for her if she comes without a fight, but his calm is broken when Mercedes brings the knife to her own throat. He tells her that if anyone is going to kill her, he'd rather it be him. They're at a standoff until gunfire booms, and instead of taking the test, Garces took 2 in the chest.
Serious?
No, he is shot multiple times.
He was. And thank God, man, really. I was so tired of these motherfuckers getting away with stuff.
Yes, dude.
That part, though.
I'm telling you right now, it's like I can't handle seeing anything happen to Mercedes.
No.
It's been emotional turmoil over here.
And yeah, we can't take any more.
No.
But when the other men try to flee on their horses, they are picked off one by one. Pedro and his crew come out of the trees, and as the armed men survey the area, Pedro embraces his sister as she sobs. Our view floats up to the sun, warming the branches of the trees. In Ophelia's room, she is surprised when the green fairy comes to visit her. When she holds out her finger, the fairy perches and chitters to her, but she floats away when the fawn makes himself known from the corner. Standing in the shadows, he tells Ophelia that he's decided to give her one last chance. Filled with gratitude, Ophelia hurries to him and wraps him in a hug. The fawn hugs her back, chuckling. When they let go, he asks if she's going to do what he says. Will she do everything he tells her without question, because this is her last chance? He tells her to listen. She is to fetch her brother and bring him to the labyrinth as quickly as she can. Ophelia is confused as to why her brother needs to be brought into this, but kneeling down to her, the fawn raises a finger to silence her. He tells her no more questions. Ophelia says that the door is locked, but this is of no consequence to the fawn. Handing her a piece of chalk, he invites her to make her own door. And again, I know I've alluded to it a few times, but he is getting stronger and more youthful as the film goes on.
Mm-hmm. And you said me, though. You don't need my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, this starts to get a little scary.
Yeah.
And you really, I guess you either trust this fawn or you do not.
Yeah, really?
But why would a little fawn like him lie to you?
Yeah, don't. What's that little thing where you like point at
Yeah.
your cheek and twist
Ain't I a
it?
stinker? 2 horses return to the mill, carrying the limp bodies of soldiers on their backs. But Vidal is washing his bloody face in his office, and when he peers into the mirror, he tries to open his mouth but winces at the pain. I would like to point everyone's attention to his mirror now is full of those slices from his razor. The whole
Really?
bottom half of the mirror is just scratched up from when we saw him do that before.
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
I caught it the second time. I rewound it. I was like, oh my God.
I was too busy looking at his Joker face. I was
Yeah.
like, God damn.
It looks
Yeah. He grabs a needle and thread, inserting the needle agonizingly at what used to be the end of his mouth. He winces as he draws the thread through, suturing his wound closed. Okay, so they applied a prosthetic to Sergi Lopez's face. In that triangle cut from the slice, his face is painted blue so they could just digitally remove it and make it black. But the prosthetic is applied to his face, and in this scene he is literally using a needle and suturing his prosthetic closed. The actor is doing that.
Okay, because that looks
Yes.
good.
Yeah, it looks so good.
Yeah. SCW.
Yeah.
But they said that he was very brave. Obviously, he could have poked himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way that they're able to just take that piece of skin underneath out, and the fact that the needle really is going through that, it looks too good.
Okay, because see, I was like, God damn, he's doing that. No pain, no noise. He's just, I was like, how the and it looks so real.
Yes.
I think that's the thing, and I did wonder how they did it.
Yeah.
Because it really does. It attaches, it catches, and you see him suturing it.
Yeah, it's too good. We pan across the room where Ophelia hides behind his desk, inching her way toward her brother. Vidal finishes his work, cuts off the excess thread, and bandages his face. When the baby coos, he turns away, pouring himself a drink instead, as Ophelia hides right on the other side. Vidal takes his drink as he sucks in air sharply, groaning as the white bandage becomes stained.
It's so cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
He pours himself another drink, but pauses when he brings it to his lips. He sets it down, his eyes catching Ophelia's chalk on his desk.
Again, this to me is an indicator of something more.
Your Honor? Yeah, exhibit
Exhibit, I think this is about,
G or something. Yeah.
C for chalk.
Yes.
I don't know. I think there's something that happens later that kind of threw me off. And I was like, oh, man. And it did stop because it's something that has something to do that we've seen twice already.
Mm-hmm.
But it like when we get to it, I'll point it out because it did stop me.
I have a quote because obviously as the person who wrote it,
Yeah.
Del Toro has his own interpretation of everything. But I will say that that's very interesting that he does. Mostly people like David Lynch, it's subjective.
Yeah.
I was talking to John Paul last night and I was like, he's like the opposite of David Lynch.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I have my own interpretation. And here it is. And reading interviews and listening to him talk, he's like, there are 3 clues that show you what's really going on. So the first clue, it's like, oh my God, you're telling us? But Vidal picks up the chalk, breaking it in his hand and dropping it. He looks around suspiciously, drawing and loading his gun. Tense music mounts as Vidal walks around his desk to find nothing. The baby coos in the bassinet behind him, and when Vidal goes to inspect him, Sergeant Bayona enters the room. Vidal gives him his full attention, and when Bayona reports that Serrano has returned to the mill wounded, Vidal rushes off with him. We glide over to find Ophelia in a new hiding spot. Now alone in the room with her brother, she walks brazenly over to Vidal's desk. She reaches into her coat and pulls out her mother's medicine. She empties the dropper inside of the drink Vidal poured for himself and gives it a good stir. I do want to say too, and I know that this pales in comparison to all the other shit that this man has been doing. How often is your baby alone in here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think
Because
about that.
when he came back after he was getting sliced and diced in the fucking storeroom, he's the only one with the baby.
Yeah.
He thinks he's the only one right now. Bayona's like, Serrano got hurt. He's like, I'm there. And he just fucking leaves.
That's true.
He does.
If anybody was here to watch this child, Ophelia cannot just take him.
Yeah.
Like, how often is this newborn fucking baby alone?
Huh.
It upsets me.
Yes.
But Vidal and Bayona enter the room where Serrano sits wounded at the table. It's that same long table where they were doing the meeting before and where they talked about rationing food. And it is like a direct parallel to the Pale Man's table.
Mhm.
Okay.
When Vidal asks where Garces is, Serrano can do nothing but shake his head. Vidal takes a seat, asking how many men attacked them. Serrano estimates the number at around at least 50. So I'm like, maybe this is me being petty, but I'd be like, it was like 200 guys. Like, this is why we didn't have a chance. You know what I mean? Like, I would be a liar.
Yeah, dude.
I don't want to look weak. Like, I'm probably like third in command, it feels like, or something.
Right, because if he gets mad, he's going to fucking kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, well, we got some of theirs, so they come back with much less. That's why.
But we killed maybe like 150 of them. Bayona reports that the rest of the men didn't make it and the posts aren't responding. When Vidal questions how many people they have left, Bayona guesses 20 or less. Vidal is flushed with disbelief. In the office, Ophelia picks up her baby brother. She asks him not to be afraid because nothing is going to happen to him. As she starts to leave the room, she hears Vidal and Bayona coming, so she retreats back to their hiding spot. The captain orders Bayona to have the squad report to him immediately should they return, and to radio for reinforcements. Bayona hurries away, and Vidal immediately picks up the liquor he left on his desk. He pauses before drinking and takes a long look at his father's watch. But he does drink, wincing once again at the pain in his face when he does. Ophelia takes this moment to slink out of the room, clutching the baby to herself, but as she does, a huge explosion lights up the hallway behind her. Vidal turns at the sound and sees Ophelia standing in the doorway, holding onto his son. Vidal tells her to leave him, but she shakes her head wordlessly, staring back at him with large eyes. The captain takes a step towards her, but the room begins to swim around him. Ophelia runs away, and Vidal stumbles after her, drawing his gun. Breathing heavily, Ophelia rushes through the kitchen as the explosions continue to rock the mill. Vidal struggles to keep up with her as the medicine does its work on him, and when he steps outside, it is absolute chaos with gunfire and explosions. In Ophelia's room, Mercedes enters with her brother and armed reinforcements. She calls out to Ophelia and finds her coat, but the girl is nowhere to be seen. Mercedes spots the chalk outline of a door drawn on the wall.
See, for me right here, the only reason why I have a problem with it is because the other two times we've seen the chalk outline doors, they disappeared slowly. I feel like if she would have walked in and seen this disappear slowly, or we see this disappear slowly to know where she came from, but she misses it, then yeah. But I feel like it being there and us seeing it disappear the other two times, it's kind of like, okay, are you imagining this and you just found a way out of the room? Or like, I don't understand.
I feel like the one that disappeared from the Pale Man's area, we saw on the opposite side and wouldn't leave any marks. The one on the wall, is that the one that she drew to enter the Pale Man's palace that's still there?
I don't know.
Because it looks like it's the same location.
Well, because it does look like the same location, and we didn't see it again. We saw her come in through the floor.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And so, I don't know. I feel like, to me, I just want to, I feel like it's all legit.
Okay,
I do too.
I want it to be, but I felt like that, and I don't think it was, because I think where she came up, the door should have been behind her on the wall, and it wasn't there anymore. So I felt like that is like, what is this real, or are you just sneaking around and making this up?
It would have been behind her in terms of where it was in the Pale Man's world.
Right.
But not when she drew the door in her bedroom. It was on the other side of the room.
But if it was still there, the chalk outline would have still been there. It's gone from the Pale Man's world. So if it's still on this side, it would have been gone.
I don't know if we saw that part of her room again.
That's what I was wondering, because I know that what I feel like is she discovered Mercedes just now.
Right.
Maybe the one that she drew to get into the Pale Man's place.
Could be.
Okay.
Because
I didn't think of that, but you could be right.
I don't know where she drew the one to get into Vidal's office.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't know,
and
even where his office is in correlation, or if that even matters, honestly.
Frankly, the fact that she was able to get in there at all is something Del Toro was talking about as far as what his interpretation of the events to be.
I wanted it to be a little more to where it is starting more to mix with reality even when the grown-ups are around. So that it is like, oh, this is merging together. And if not, Guillermo, call us. You know what I mean? Get a hold of us. We'd love to talk to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really would.
Hang out. You know what I mean? Have a cup of milk or whatever. You're a McPoyle. You know, I don't.
He is.
That's another thing is I cannot believe that this is Pappy McPoyle.
No.
It just shows how fucking I just love him.
He's
I just love
great.
him.
And maybe part of it is a matter of simply what Mercedes said.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe to her it does just look like chalk.
Mm.
Call
us, William. Call us.
Ophelia dashes through the woods, the bright fires at the mill burning behind her. And when she runs into the labyrinth, Vidal follows. This is when I was going to bring up, I think you already kind of touched on it, T, about the colors coming together.
Yes.
And the bright, warm colors of the fantasy world and the cold, toned colors of the real world. They're all coming together in the shot.
Mm-hmm.
Clutching onto her baby brother, she follows the twists and turns of the maze. Vidal runs, shaking his head to clear it as he loses his faculties further. When Ophelia comes to where the clearing should be but finds a dead end, she pauses. The labyrinth opens up around her, though, leading her to the well, and when she runs through, the walls come back together, blocking Vidal out and leaving him at the dead end. He turns and runs in the other direction.
And that has to be another indicator of something magical going on, right?
Yeah, see, I like that. This is that mixing together with what's happening now.
Mm-hmm.
And it is happening in the real world because she did run through those walls. They closed again. And he's like, what the fuck? I know I seen her come this way.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know anything about it because he doesn't believe in any of this.
Yeah.
The fawn stands in the clearing. He calls Ophelia Your Majesty and implores that she hand the baby over to him as the full moon is high in the sky. They can now open the portal. The fawn steps forward to take the baby, but Ophelia spots the ornate dagger in his hand. The pale man's dagger.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She asks why he's holding it, and he tells her simply that the portal can only be opened if they offer up the blood of an innocent. It will only take one drop of blood, just a pinprick, but he asks her to hurry because they're running out of time. Ophelia holds the baby close and shakes her head. The fawn's calm shatters as he yells at her that she promised to obey him. He demands that she give him the boy, but she firmly says no, her brother stays with her. The fawn asks if she's really giving up her sacred rights for a brat she doesn't even know. But Ophelia, crying, tells him yes. He gapes at her in shock, asking if she would really give up her throne for him, the one who has caused her such misery and humiliation. Vidal comes stumbling into the clearing, and from his view behind Ophelia, she seems to be talking to absolutely no one. Vidal wipes his eyes before stumbling over. The fawn concedes, "As you wish, Your Highness," and just like that, he's gone. Vidal plants his hand on her shoulder and turns her around before snatching the baby away from her. Ophelia looks at Vidal, then back at where the fawn once stood before begging him. No. Without a thought, Vidal raises his gun and shoots Ophelia in the stomach. He turns and stumbles back into the labyrinth with his baby, leaving Ophelia to stare at the blood on her hand in disbelief.
My memory of this moment, from having only watched it that one time, I thought there was more going on and not as just simple murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it was more complicated.
Yeah, I thought something like magical or something else was going to happen.
Or like a struggle.
Yeah.
Or where it was at least like 5% accidental.
Yes.
No. Ophelia collapses onto the edge of the well, her hand bloody and her breathing rapid. This is where we first met her, which once again, in all the whimsy in the story, you do forget.
Yeah.
When Vidal makes it to the opening of the labyrinth, Pedro and Mercedes stand in front of all of the rebels. Vidal accepts his fate and hands his son over to Mercedes, and the baby coos as she takes him and steps back. Vidal takes his cracked watch out of his pocket and wraps his hand around it, ready to die, the death he has always felt destined for. He instructs his enemies to tell his son the time his father died. He tries to continue, but Mercedes stops him. She promises that he will never even know his name. Without further ceremony, Pedro draws his gun and shoots Captain Vidal right beneath his eye. As the bullet enters his cheekbone, his eye rolls up, red imbruing the white. He collapses on the ground as the baby begins to cry.
Firstly, rest in piss.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was so glad to see the rebels win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still reeling, though,
Mm-hmm.
from what I just witnessed in the scene previous.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was on the brink here, and what happens next, I was a fucking mess.
Oh.
I can't.
No.
I'm gonna try to get through it here without falling apart. But Del Toro had said that characters can be types and still carry weight in the stories that you're trying to tell. He compared the rebels to the hunters, Vidal to the wolf, and Ophelia to Red Riding Hood.
Huh.
We've all played to these types, and it's a completely different story that carries its own weight with characters that feel new and different, even though they follow this fairy tale type that we've heard millions of times before.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And I mean, it kind of goes in what we were talking about earlier with simplicity,
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
where I said the characters are kind of archetypes. They are.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
The group journeys into the labyrinth, and when Mercedes comes to the clearing, she begins to cry. She hands the baby over to Pedro and rushes to Ophelia, who barely clings to life on the side of the well. But the blood from her hand drips inside, slowly and steadily. It ripples in the water below, and we travel up the statue at its center. Mercedes hums her lullaby to Ophelia as she cries, but Ophelia is soon engulfed in a bright light. A warm voice tells her, "Arise, my daughter," and so she does. Suddenly, she stands in a throne room with a beautiful red dress adorned with flowers and new red shoes. She marvels at this before stepping forward. 3 thrones sit high on pillars. Del Toro talked a lot about the rule of 3s in fairy tales, and it is a repeated number here. 3 doors, 3 tasks, 3 fascists, 3 fairies, 3 thrones.
Wow.
It's there.
I was thinking like when we saw her outfit, it fits this world and the color palette,
Yeah.
but also the idea of red shoes.
Mm-hmm.
There's no place like home.
Oh, okay.
Don't!
No,
I can't! The throne in the center is occupied by the king, played by Federico Lupi. Ophelia looks at him with pure love and whispers the word, "Father." You know when your nose burns when you're about to cry?
Dude.
He tells her that she has spilled her own blood rather than the blood of an innocent. That was the final and most important task. In the throne to his left, her mother, with white blonde hair that matches Ophelia's father's, looks down at her lovingly. The fawn steps out from behind the king's throne. Full horns, rich auburn hair, and vibrant green eyes. And the fairy, green, red, and blue, all alive again, swirl around her. With a big smile, the fawn tells her that she chose well. He bows before her, once again calling her Your Highness. And Del Toro said the trials, the tests, they were never about her ability to fetch. It was about her ability to decide and make the right choice and to know when to disobey.
Okay.
It was a judge of character.
And she passed.
All right.
And she passed. Not, hey, go find this key. You know what I mean?
I like going on quests, though, so I don't know.
Yeah, me too. I mean, even if you're testing character, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Queen Carmen beams down at Ophelia, holding her baby boy close. She invites Ophelia to come sit next to her father. He's been waiting for her for so long. Ophelia smiles brightly and realizes that there are stands around them filled with spectators. Their applause echoes through the throne room as magical flurries swirl in the air. Mercedes' humming permeates the celebration, and suddenly we are back in the dark stone of the labyrinth. Mercedes continues to hum while a warm smile spreads across Ophelia's face as she takes her last breath. She goes still and Mercedes dissolves into sobs, burying her face in the sweet girl who deserved none of what she got on Earth. As we float above them, we get an aerial view of Mercedes, Ophelia, and the stair hole of the well beneath them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
The narrator, the fawn, finishes the story. And it is said that the princess returned to her father's kingdom, that she reigned there with justice and a kind heart for many centuries, that she was loved by her people, and that she left small traces of her time on Earth, visible only to those who know where to look. In the light of day, we see the twisted tree where the giant toad resided. A delicate white flower blooms on the branch where Ophelia hung her dress and hair bow. A big stick bug lands on the branch next to it and chitters. Before I bring us home, and T, thank you in advance for editing out all the stops that I had to take. I did want to share something that Guillermo Del Toro said. I have a quote from him here and I was like, I don't know. It touched me so profoundly that I cried. And I think that I was already a little weepy from the movie, but I did want to share it. If you die and your legacy is one little flower blooming in a dry tree, that's enough of a legacy for me. And that's a magical legacy. We get the title once again, Pan's Labyrinth. The theme plays and the credits roll. Now, while I dry my eyes, so what did you guys think of Pan's Labyrinth?
I really, really like this movie. I would recommend this to anybody. I'll watch it again later or tomorrow or next week or next month or whenever. The things that they do in this movie visually and everything is beautiful. A lot of it looks really, really good. Like I said, there's a few things that for me, I just was kind of like, the ending, I think for me, what hurt the ending for me was that the hate still won. You know what I mean? She's gone, even though she went home, but Mercedes is still here and so are the rebels. So I would have and I know it, and I know too that if it would have went more fairy tale at the end, it probably would have ended different, or it'd have been a different movie, or people would have complained. But personally, that's what I want. I want this to be a fairy tale so that they can be like, oh shit, the fawn is real. And fuck dude, Vidal, fuck that guy. He can't win. He did. To me anyway. It's like, she didn't deserve that shit. She didn't deserve to get shot. She didn't deserve any of this shit. So it did anger me a little bit. But even that, like I said, those are little things to me that bother me personally. And other than that, goddamn, what a fantastic, wonderful, magnificent, excellent, and any other word that means fucking great this movie is.
I can't get over how beautiful the film is.
Yes.
And I really think that the story, everything about it is remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that is executed, every creative idea that they had, I was just amazed. I think the marriage of everything together working so well, it's like the last, 4 minutes maybe, where you're just watching it and you are not even feeling like you're watching a movie anymore.
Yeah.
You feel like you are so invested in such a part of this magical story, and you feel like, I don't know if it's just how everything is working together through these moments, the music, the camera, the set, the sound of her humming, all of this is just, I was a blubbering mess.
Yeah.
And I thought, I was like, well, when I rewatched it the second time, maybe it was the first time I was just surprised at how much it was. No, the second time I was also.
Yeah.
So it's like it is so emotionally resonant. It is unbelievable. And for me, I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
For my interpretation of it, I feel like hate didn't win. I think that Ophelia tragically lost her life so that Princess Moana could live. I think she's returned home. Mercedes and the rebels have defeated this piece of shit as well. I feel like it is indicative of magic existing in the world. I think it plays parts kind of subtly throughout, and maybe in my interpretation is a matter of it being Ophelia having believed in it so much that she's the only one that can bear witness to it.
I get that, but for me, even the 3 thing, it sits too close to Holy Trinity and this and that. I don't, that's not, for me, I'm like, I don't, that's why I wanted it to be more of a fairy tale. Even if he does shoot her, have them come and be like, you are done from this world. Princess Moana, rise up and here's your kingdom, and then be like, oh shit, she was telling the truth. We're wrong. She was right.
I get what you're saying, but also like think about the 3 little pigs, the 3 Billy Goats Gruff, the 3 wise men, or not the 3 wise men.
No, see, you said
the
it.
3 blind mice.
They brought myrrh and gold and whatever.
They did.
Myrrh from Impractical Jokers?
Yeah, he was one of the wise men.
That's wild.
He's just giggling. But do you get what I'm saying? Like it is a common, thing in fairy tales.
Yes.
And if you think about it, it's like, God damn, it is a common thing in fairy tales.
And I really do feel like it does achieve this fairy tale ending, especially from what we saw at the beginning, the story that they presented, also the story of the rose at the top of the
that's what I wanted to talk about.
Mountain,
Yeah.
where it feels like it is something achieved, and this flower that blooms. I feel like it's all connected. There was something that Del Toro had mentioned. It was a quote that I wrote down. I'm trying to remember the context. We research a lot, and stuff kind of gets lost and flies by.
Yeah, and I don't know if I can handle another Del Toro.
No. All I will say is he had mentioned this idea that something that is expressed in this ending, only if you dared to die would you reach immortality. And that's kind of the fairy tale of that rose that we saw in this story that she was telling her baby brother.
Well,
Okay.
I think also it's because the men that were... The flower died every day. The rose died every day because the men were too afraid of the pain that could happen in trying to reach it.
Yes.
Ophelia was not afraid of that. And really neither was Mercedes. But Ophelia has returned to where she came from because she was brave. Because even after the fawn reading her for fucking filth and then turning his back, even then she was like, you're not going to hurt my brother. Like she's still... No, she still knew when to disobey. And that, again, like I said earlier, that was the test. It wasn't, you need to do everything the fawn says. It was, you need to question. You need to, like Ferrero said, I'm not going to follow and listen blindly. Only a man like you would do that. Ophelia's not going to do that either. This magical fawn is like, let me cut your brother a little bit. She's like, no.
Just a little bit.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
And I feel like as well,
No.
if you look at it through history too, Mercedes herself has also reached immortality.
Yeah, because she
has become legendary. This story is not going to stop being told here.
No.
But you're right for Mercedes, not for Ophelia. Because Mercedes is going to go on here with the rebels to go and do what they're doing. The only way anybody's going to know about Ophelia is if she tells that story.
Like a fairy tale.
If. That's if.
She will.
If. That's a lot of...
No, she will. The saddest part... the saddest part for me is her not knowing that Ophelia is okay. That she is going to live with no pain and,
And that she has returned home.
That's the saddest part for me.
It's just, it sounds too religious for me, and it did hurt me. It hurt it for me.
That's fine. I don't read it that way at all.
Me neither, but I understand.
Yeah.
Del Toro did say it is something of a Rorschach test that 5 people can watch it and walk away with something different. And that didn't, I saw parallels in The Pale Man. and religious officials. But
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't until you said something earlier. Here I did. The ending was the only place I seen it when I watched it.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, like I said, it's a Rorschach. It's kind of, he gave us an ink blot and we can all see something different.
But to close out my final thoughts, I guess, was just to say that I am just so in awe of this film. It gives me such a sense of wonder at the power of cinema and just the technique, talent, creativity, and artistry on display is impeccable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think I've said a lot of my thoughts. I just want to reiterate the sentiment that it is a film about choice and disobedience. And going back again to Carmen sitting down in that wheelchair, that was her choice and that was it for her. To blindly and obediently follow this man, even though you know you can't sit at that table with him and hear him talk about rations and hear him talking about people referring to them as vermin and not realize, watching him fucking crunch your daughter's hand, not realize that this is not a man that you should be living with.
Yeah.
And I know that there are extenuating circumstances and I understand the backdrop of where this is and what is happening and whatever, but there was no defiance in Carmen and she tried her hardest to snuff out the defiance in her daughter and it didn't work. And I feel like that's such it speaks to the kind of surrogate mother relationship that she has with Mercedes, because they really do mirror each other in that way. That Mercedes is like, I'll play the game, but the minute your fucking back is turned, I'm running out in those woods. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the bravery that it takes to do that, she is climbing the thorns. Every time she's hiding something in the floor.
Yeah.
Every time she's going out to see her brother, getting medicine from the doctor, she is on those thorns. So, I mean, it's just so good. I am captivated by it. I am moved to tears by it. I am in awe. I am just... And I forgot to mention up top, this was the winner of my birthday poll.
On Patreon.
Yeah. I completely, I meant to mention that I cultivated 6 films to pick for, my birthday month. It's June. Hey, June Geminis. But... And this one won. And I'm so thankful to Patreon for this one winning, because I just love it so much. And I haven't seen it in years, and revisiting it and it holding just as much, if not more, magic for me. It was really a treat, and it was a birthday gift in and of itself.
And your other birthday
She's coming.
Film is coming.
Yeah. In a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But we can kind of slide into ratings. I feel like we've kind of had just like a group talk, which is cool. And I think that, and Del Toro even said it is something to talk about. It's something to, kind of come away with your own opinion and talk about it with others. And, there is no right. And it was funny. He's like, there's no, right or wrong, but this is what I think. As the person that wrote and fucking directed it. But you're right too. Like, it's, it's just funny. But, no, I mean, I can't say enough. The behind the scenes, seeing how everything was done, seeing the masterful blend of CGI and practical, seeing like in the instance with the toad in that chamber, that didn't work. Look, we'll figure it out. And watching that, it does not feel plan B. It feels like that's the way that was always supposed to go.
Yeah.
Looking at the pages in his notebook and just seeing the genius of this man's mind, hearing him speak, he is so poetic. He's funny. He's Pappy McPoyle. He's just, he's amazing. He's incredible. Doug Jones.
Yeah.
Ivana Baquero, I think it so much is asked of her as a child in this role. And she completely, I mean, everybody ate. There were no crumbs left.
The pale man thanks you.
Yeah. And he's coming. Yeah. So run. No, but yeah, and the pale man, the creature design.
Yeah.
All the thought that went into every aspect of this. It is so noticed. It is so appreciated. Even we talked about the production design where there's horns carved into furniture that you don't even see unless you like pause. It's so thoughtful. to the point where y'all did not even have to do that, but you did.
Yeah.
And thank you. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be any surprise to anyone, considering I couldn't get through the end without fucking sobbing through my script. On a scale from 1 to 10, fearfully forbidden fruits, I, of course, am giving Pan's Labyrinth 10 out of 10 fearfully forbidden fruits. This is a delight. It's beautiful. It's whimsical. Like John Paul said at the top, there are parts where you feel like you're envisioning a story that's being told to you. It's almost like you're not even watching a movie, which is a weird thing to say, but it's true.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I would recommend anybody to watch it. And thank you again, Murder Stina, for that Blu-ray because she was thick with the information. Thank you very much. But I will now open up the floor to you.
First and foremost, thank you, Murder Stina. That helped so much.
Yes, very much appreciate the Blu-ray.
Yes.
I agree 100%. I think everyone, even down to the last extra who only had 2 minutes, did exactly what they were supposed to do. No one in this movie does a bad job, period. Even the smelly horses that Guillermo
That he
didn't
hates.
like. Yeah. Everything was great. Like, I love this movie as well. Like I said, for me, the ending it did come off to me a little different. And I think that did kind of, I don't know if damper's the word for it, but it did kind of, for a little bit, I was like, man. But again, I think it's only because, yeah, and you're right, T, that there is a fairy tale ending still, but it's not the fairy tale ending I want, because I feel like Ophelia should have been Thor's sister Hela and came back and been like, oh no, everybody's fucked now. This is my kingdom. You guys helped me. You're cool. Let's go get the rest of the bad guys, whatever. But I know that's not what this movie was. But goddamn, it's so beautiful. It sounds great. Everything in this movie is, like you guys both said, is a testament to how good of a director and the directions and the trusting your actors and your crew members to do what they're supposed to do in filmmaking. This is fucking fantastic. I'll be honest, I did come with a little lower than a 10 only because of my not liking the ending. But I will be honest, because I don't like something doesn't mean that that's the fault of the movie. That's my opinion. That's my view on it and how I interpret it. Mm-hmm. So even though I don't like how it came off to me, and it, like I said, it was really just because it felt a little too churchy for me. And I was like, I don't know why, but it just hit me. That was the first thing that hit me. And I was like, what the fuck? But again, that's just me. That was just me. So I won't even do it like that. And it's very weird that you even used this rating system, because that's also religious. But on a scale from 1 to 10,
really?
Fearfully forbidden fruits, I'm going to give Pan's Labyrinth 10 out of 10. The movie is perfect.
Wow.
The movie is good. Because I don't like the way it ended doesn't mean that the movie is wrong. I took it the way I took it. And again, maybe religion is a touchy subject for me, and that's why it did come off bad for me.
That's fair. He said a Rorschach test.
Yeah, and maybe that's why it did to me. I was like, oh no. But your forbidden fruits kind of also means that I'm right. So
I did that on purpose.
Yeah,
I did it on purpose.
sure
It's about the grapes.
Yeah.
It's about the grapes. Shut up. I did want to say one last thing that I jotted down when we opened the film, and I was like, I can't talk about this yet, but it just occurred to me. And Ophelia being Princess Moana, doesn't it make sense that she retreats into the world of fairy tales?
But Moana had the rock and the water and all that. Where was that at?
I don't recall those portions.
Shut up. Yeah. The Rock, you're so stupid.
Yeah, wasn't he a water god or some shit?
Was.
Yeah.
I've never seen Disney's Moana.
Yeah.
No, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It didn't even occur to me till we were talking about her being in the car with her mom. And I'm like, of course you're reading about fairies and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I can't be like already, well, she's actually Princess Moana. You know?
It's all familiar to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't talk about that yet.
Not yet. Give it some time to breathe.
Yeah.
I feel like to repeat everything that I loved about this film would just be repetitive.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that I do want to make mention of that wasn't mentioned in this portion is just to highlight once again the cinematography, the use of these color palettes and how it differentiated and how it came together to kind of blend all of these worlds.
Okay.
And the music.
Yeah.
That score is brilliant and part of what makes that final moment so emotionally resident. It makes it
took up residence. Yeah.
in my heart.
Yeah.
But I cannot say enough about this picture. It is brilliant. It is beautiful. I am just so captivated by it, as you said. I haven't watched this in years until we saw it win the poll and are covering it on the show. But I think that it's one that I'm going to want to revisit more frequently, to return to this world, much like Princess Moana has returned to hers. But for me, out of 10 Fearfully Forbidden Fruits, I am also going to give Pan's Labyrinth a 10. Fearfully Forbidden Fruits out of 10. I don't know what else I could possibly give this movie.
Yeah.
Literally, though. Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate Pan's Labyrinth, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stirhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, it is a grave mistake to mindlessly follow orders. If more people were brave enough to stand for what's right instead of towing the line, the world might just be a little more magical. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo, yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers, ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo-Poo Head, Beth Bauer,
Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Hagetta, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E., Maggie H., Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie Kay, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith,
Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Taylor J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D., Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha McCaskill, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, and Corey Gillen. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you all so much. And we appreciate each and every one of you for helping to make our lives a fairy tale.
Aw,
Yeah,
that's
thank you.
sweet.
It's true. All right. Until next time.